Due to the governor's statewide disaster declaration relating to the COVID-19 pandemic and current public health guidelines for social distancing, I have determined that it's not prudent for the members of the village board or staff to convene in person for tonight's meeting. Therefore, the members of the village board are attending this meeting by a video conference. Those same conditions require barring access to the public for in-person attendance. In light of those limitations, the public is invited to attend and listen to the meeting through the Zoom platform or by phone as indicated on the meeting agenda. To comply with the Open Meetings Act requirements for virtual meetings, tonight's meeting is being recorded. Amy, if you could take attendance and then ask and make sure everyone can be heard.
Mm-hmm. Trustee Borowski, can you hear me?
I'm here. Good evening.
Thank you. Trustee Kritzmeyer?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can, thank you. Trustee O'Reilly?
I'm here and I can hear you.
Excellent. Trustee Nora, can you hear me? I can't hear you.
I can hear you and I'm here.
There we go.
There you
Excellent.
go. That mute button gets you every time.
I know, me too. Can't get to it fast enough sometimes.
Yeah.
Trustee O'Connor, can you hear me?
I'm here and I can hear you.
Thank you. Trustee Miso?
I am here.
Excellent. I heard that. All right.
Okay, I guess we're ready to go. And Amy, we can hear you, which is great as well. I see Village Planner Jim Hogue here. I see Interim Manager Bill Balling and Dave Ledspike, we confirmed, and Village Engineer Perry, as well as Bob Pickerel. I thought I saw you somewhere here, right? So, as well. So, there you are.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, perfect. All right, so let's move into the first item, which is the Pledge of the Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag
There's a flag.
of the United States of America,
To the republic.
to the republic
Which
Just
stand
one nation,
one nation, under God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with liberty,
with liberty
and
and
justice
justice
for
for
all.
all.
All right, we did that so-so, but
Mhm.
we've done better. But let's move right into the first item on the agenda, which is homeowners associations. And we've got 3 of them listed on the agenda. One of them's Towners. Is Roland Hollop, are you here? From Autumn Woods, Rick Scardino, are you here? Okay. Don Bordeaux from Ravina, are you here? All right. Well, if not, let's move to the next item on the agenda. And that is, we're going to recognize our outgoing village manager, Dave Ledspike. And so I've got, we have a resolution in front of us, and I'd like to read that when I get a chance here and have a little bit of a surprise as well. But Dave, we'd like to see your face too in this process. Where are you, Dave?
I think I'm there.
There you are. Where are you? No, where are you? There you are. Okay, perfect. Yep, I see you. Okay, excellent. All right. We never get to see you, but tonight we do. Yeah, I'll start by just saying that, you know, I've worked with Dave perhaps 17 of the 18 years that he's been here, because I was an HOA president. I think you may have been even responsible for me being on the board to a certain extent, because you pulled me into the roads workshop 7 or 8 years ago. So now I've been on the board almost 6 years. I think I'm the 5th village president that you've had to support, and probably the one that was the most difficult. You know, with this year, you know, COVID and all, it's you know, it's hard to recognize you in person. So we're going to do the best we can via Zoom. I'm going to go ahead and read this resolution that was put together. I thank Vic a lot for doing that. And, you know, you've been a key part of the success that the village has had. You've supported the various trustees, commissioners, village staff, contractors, and our residents. And so I'm going to go ahead and take a moment to read this if I can. Dave Letzbeik has served as the village manager of the Village of Long Grove since June of 2002. For more than 18 years, Dave has faithfully served the village and its residents. And whereas during Dave's service, the village, and in due no small measure to Dave's efforts and expertise, the village has, among other things, seen further growth in conformity with the village's comprehensive plan, annexed territories that resulted in the development of the Menard store, the establishment of parkland in the southwest Long Grove, established a tax increment financing district that has brought Sunset Grove and other developments along Route 83, as well as the revitalization of the village historic downtown district, established a village public water system, secured the village's right to obtain Lake Michigan water, seen its historic covered bridge named to the National Register of Historic Places, accelerated the upgrading of the village roadway system, updated and modernized its zoning code, established, modernized, and improved a variety of its regulations and administrative systems, maintained a solid financial base, and in the face of the Great Recession and the COVID-19 pandemic, preserved its commitment to the Long Grove residents of having no general real estate tax with a small village staff and many other notable accomplishments. And whereas Dave's calm demeanor and devotion to the betterment of the village and its residents have helped preserve the small town feel of the Village of Long Grove and have maintained Long Grove as a desirable place to live and work. Although Dave has chosen to seek new professional challenges, he leaves the village a better place than when he began his service as the village manager, and his service has helped to leave a lasting positive legacy for the village and residents. And whereas in the light of the foregoing, the president and board of trustees of the village have determined it is necessary and appropriate to adopt this resolution in honor of Dave and his commendable service to the village. Now therefore be it resolved by the president and board of trustees of the Village of Long Grove of Lake County, state of Illinois as follows. Incorporate recitals. The foregoing recitals are incorporated into and make a part of this resolution. The president and board of trustees of the Village of Long Grove hereby express their appreciation, the appreciation of the residents and the appreciation of the staff, both past and present, of the village to Dave A. Letzbeik for his many years of devoted service, and offer their well wishes for Dave and his family in the future endeavors and adventures. This resolution shall be in full force and effect upon its passage and approval in the manner provided by law. So I would like to ask somebody if they would like to make a motion to formally pass this resolution. Moved by trustee O'Reilly. Thank you. I didn't hear who.
Second.
Seconded by trustee Kritzmeyer. And that's a roll call.
Okay, trustee Borowski.
You know, Dave, I thought about being that one nay vote on this resolution, just so that when you hang this thing on your wall going forward, everybody will always ask you, who is this one guy who voted no on this resolution? But having thought through that, I thought, well, if I ever want a good parking space at Cheese Days, I better not do that. So I'll vote yes.
Oh boy.
Trustee Kritzmeyer.
A hearty yes.
Trustee O'Reilly.
Yes.
Trustee Nora.
Yes.
And trustee O'Connor.
Yes.
And trustee Michaud.
Absolutely yes, and thank you so much for your years of service.
Well,
Thank you.
You, Dave.
motion carried.
Yep.
And, you know, if we were in a board meeting, right, it would look something like this, right? But we can't do that anymore. So I'm going to try to virtually present you, and maybe I could shake your hand virtually or an elbow bump with a little bit of an award for your contributions to Long Grove. I'm going to, I guess, hand this through the window or put it in your mail slot. Because I can't, you know, hand it to you. But Dave, congratulations, and I need to see your smiling face because I don't think I can. So
I don't know what happened. It still shows that the video is going.
Yeah, we got you.
Yep.
So anyways, congratulations, Dave. Good luck to you. And I don't know if anyone wants to say a few words, but I know Trustee Borowski already did in his own way. He wished you a farewell and lots of success.
Indeed.
Thank you.
I'm going to stop the share there. So anyways, well, congratulations.
Thank you.
We'll miss you, Dave.
I miss everybody as well. I appreciate that.
All the best, Dave. It is a shame we can't all be together and have some cake and little glass ornaments and be able to shake hands and hug and wish you well that way. But you know the feeling is there.
I appreciate
I bought
that.
you a
Thank
bus wedgie, Dave, but
Oh, jeez.
that's Mike.
Yeah, I
Myers'
know.
new
It's his
beer.
beer, right?
Okay.
Yes.
For those who thought that was a weird comment.
Nope, I knew exactly where you're headed with that one.
Dave, thank your family for us as well. They were married to Long Grove as well over the years, and we certainly appreciate their patience in sharing you.
I sure will. Couldn't have done it without them.
Dave,
So thank you very much.
yeah, I just wanted to say you've been here almost as long as I have, and I've always enjoyed my interactions with you, and I really wish you the best of luck as we move forward, and we will miss you.
Thank you, Jenny.
All right. And if there's no other comments, I'm going to move on to the next item on the agenda, and that is the special event and temporary signage application for the Long Grove Turkey Trot 2020. There's been some new information that we've received. Peter Starkowitz, I think I see you here too as well. I know that the trustees may have some questions, but I don't know if I should be reading this or not, but the number of runners will be capped at 900. It's going to start from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Course closes at 11:15. Event site now is at Archer Road in the parking lot. Same setup as Prairie State, separate start and finish. All the same COVID protocols. List of affected road changes. Controlled intersection during event no longer closed. That's Old McHenry. Schaefer Road gravel closed to through traffic during the event. No longer closed to through traffic during the event. No longer closed. Okay, you'll have to tell us more about that. Schaefer paved northbound closed for a couple of extra hours longer, and then Checker westbound closed for a couple of extra hours longer. So I'm sure the board has some questions as well. And Peter, I don't know if you want to make a few comments about the turkey trot. I know that the businesses depend on it, brings in a lot of traffic, and you know, it's a tradition that we have here in Long Grove. So.
Yes, it is. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can.
Okay, great. Yeah, okay, so I guess just speaking to, there's a lot of changes in there. I think that we're nearing, I don't know, 12, 14 years or somewhere in doing this actually, but a little bit different in this particular year. And so the things that you just read are just a summary of the changes. Assuming you guys all have the application, the full application. Basically, the bottom line is instead of there being a mass of runners for a shorter period of time, they're strung out one every 100 feet or so, roughly, over a more extended time. So in terms of, and obviously that's COVID related, and I'm not sure if you guys read the comments from the health department, but in talking with the health department who came out to the event, they were super happy with what they were seeing. And then, yeah, so basically we're on the roads for longer, but what people will be experiencing in terms of participants on the roads is a much lighter load of people, which is more easily navigated by the neighbors as they are trying to leave their residence if they are looking to do that throughout the event.
Thank you, Peter. Does anyone have any questions about the new information? Anyone want to make a motion to approve it?
I have some questions about the past marathon.
Sure, it's probably a good time to talk about those things.
So Peter, can you address some of the snafus of the last run that we had? Trustee O'Connor.
Yes. Is there something in specific that you'd like me to talk about?
Well, we had a letter or an email from one of the residents complaining about the trash, the used water bottles and various other items of litter that were left on his lawn. And I believe he said in the email that this wasn't the first time. And as you know, people couldn't get down their roads, and we told them that the roads would be open. Can you speak to that?
Well, and add one more item to it. There was a placement of porta potties that may not have been in the best spot because it was touching or encroaching on somebody's property. Maybe it was in the parkway, but to them, it was on their property.
I think it was on their front lawn.
Okay, yeah, I can address all those issues, and thank you for asking those questions and giving me the time to do that. So first, garbage inside the neighborhoods. The garbage and the litter that he was talking about was during the race. It was not post-race. So everything that he was talking about was cleaned up after the event was over. However, obviously, even though we cleaned it up after the event, during the event, that was not appreciated. So what we will do is in the future, we will just be making sure that everything's very tidy as we go, and we will tell the runners that they can't do what they traditionally do, which is just take a cup and throw it on the ground. They will have to put it in receptacles, which we will provide more of, and so that way during the event, that's no longer going to be some sort of situation. In terms of there being garbage post-event in previous years, I don't think that's ever been an issue. As after the event crew goes and cleans everything up, either myself or the event manager for that event goes and personally drives the route one extra time after that's all done. And so if there was anything previous, that I would say that was probably during the event, but like I said, we were going to change the way we do things from a traditional way of doing things to make sure that doesn't happen in the future. In terms of the porta potties, which were placed kind of like in an area where there wasn't like houses. It was kind of like in front of like well, either way, the bottom line is we're just not going to put porta potties inside of the neighborhoods anymore. So that won't happen. And so that's how that will be handled. And then in terms of making sure that the traffic is controlled in the way that we're notifying the residents, I mean, it's really important to me that we're doing that. It sounds like that didn't happen in a particular area, and I'm hoping it was maybe just for a brief period of time. But if I had a little bit more specifics on where that exactly was and about what time it was, then I can talk with one of my crew members or with the police or the sheriff in order to get further detail on why that happened. It shouldn't be happening. But I guess moving forward to make sure that that doesn't happen is the protocol is that we meet with the head of who is in charge of the police in the morning, just to do a recap on what we have previously discussed prior to the event. And then he goes and meets with the entire team. What we will do moving forward is when there is that meeting between the head of all the sheriffs and the team, that we will make sure that we're involved in that meeting as well. So that way, if there's any, I guess, you know, any loss of information, you know, as it goes from one person to the next person, that, you know, we're able to clarify it at that time. And we typically do this prior to all of our events. It was a little bit different because of the fact that we had 0 volunteers at this particular event, and it was 100% paid staff. So we typically go and we check each spot and make sure that, you know, everyone's doing what they're supposed to be doing. And so that was happening, but it wasn't happening kind of like as quickly as it typically would, because of the fact that, I mean, we were operating in a new situation. But I think that, you know, as long as, I think that what I described are the things that we're going to try and do moving forward to make sure that these things don't happen. And anytime that there's been an issue, I think that that Dave Ledspike has known that we've always made changes to our operations to make sure that whatever that is in terms of traffic control hasn't happened after that time. So
Thank you. I just have one more question. I think it was maybe 2 races ago, 3, maybe, I lose track. Did each of your people have walkie-talkies, or everybody had your cell phone in case there was an issue? Was that what we did a few races ago, and is that still the case?
Yeah, I believe in the neighborhood newsletter that we send out, and I think there was a copy of it in the application, and I'm just pulling it up right now as we talk to make sure. But in that newsletter, we provide my cell phone, so that way they do have that. And another thing that we discussed is, you know, we do notification ahead of time. We do message boards and things of that sort. But we're also going to get a significant amount of pre-event kind of signage that we're going to place in the neighborhood to kind of further help with notification and that sort of thing. So,
thanks, Peter.
Any other comments or questions?
Peter, can you add 1 spot to your cleanup detail? I didn't see anything after Prairie State, but last year after both races, at the back of Stemple Lot, you know how there's that Boy Scout bridge that connects Schaefer to Stemple Lot? There's some railings there, and there was a bunch of debris after both races. So if you can just add that to a place to check.
Over by the walking bridge, correct?
Correct.
Okay, yeah,
Yep.
I know the bridge well. That was actually my brother's Eagle Scout project. So
Awesome.
my dad and my brother actually built that bridge, and I was a wee little whippersnapper at the time. But anyways, yeah, I'll definitely. Yeah, I could imagine, now that you say that, I could imagine maybe people are crossing that as to check and watch and spectate or whatever. And so, yeah, we'll definitely make sure that is taken care of.
Excellent. Thank you.
If there's no further comment, I'm looking for a motion, a roll call motion to approve the special event application and temporary signage for the Long Grove Turkey Trot on Thanksgiving Day 2020. That was Trustee O'Connor, was that right?
Michaud.
Oh, Michaud, sorry. There's some static. Yep. Moved by Trustee Michaud, seconded by?
Second.
I can't hear that. I'm hearing a squeak.
Second.
Oh, Trustee O'Connor.
Yeah.
All right, Trustee Michaud.
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor. Trustee Nora.
No,
No. Okay.
no.
Trustee O'Reilly.
Aye.
Trustee Kritzmeyer.
Aye.
And Trustee Borowski.
Aye.
Okay, so that's
All right, 5-1.
5 ayes, 1 no, motion carried. Okay, thank you. Good luck, Peter. So we're going to call an audible on the agenda. We've got some folks here tonight to talk about the Long Grove Bridge and trying to protect it. It's been struck a few more times. So I'm going to ask Trustee O'Reilly to lead us in this discussion.
I'll ask you, Bill, if you want to separate the cameras from the rest of the bridge discussion.
That would be fine. Yeah, absolutely. We can. Do you want to start with the cameras? Is that where you
Yeah,
want to
I'd
start?
like to start with the camera because
Okay.
Jesse's here.
Okay.
We finally have a quote for the cameras for the bridge, which obviously we need to get installed. I assume you all have the quote from Jesse. And after Chuck and I and Jeff looked at it, one of the things that we kind of thought was not seeing the necessity for the cameras inside. But Jesse's here to talk to us about why the proposal is the way it is and what we need to do and what's involved in it. So, Jesse?
You have to unmute yourself, Jesse.
Hello, everyone. First off, I did a layout. Basically, you have 2 dedicated license plate cameras that go for each direction. So this way you get front.
Would it help you if I presented the picture to everyone?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, I sent you the thing.
Yep, I have it. I have it up. I figured that's what you wanted me to do, Bobby. So thank you.
Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and present
Breadcrumbs.
my screen. All right. Let me know if this helps you. Can you see
Perfect.
that?
Wow.
Did it come through okay?
Yeah.
Jesse, can you?
Yep. All right. What you see here, well, you can't really see them, but there's 2 blue triangles basically right underneath the bridge. Those are the 2 dedicated license plate cameras, and they are designed to do nothing but catch license plates. They don't really give you a vehicle description. During the night, it is only, all you will see in the picture is just the license plate, nothing else. It'd be a black picture with a license plate, kind of like when you get a ticket from the tollway at night. They show you just your license plate. This system is very accurate for capturing plates. We don't really have a problem with it, especially since the cameras are that close to the vehicles themselves. Other than that, we have 2 outer cameras that will catch the vehicle's overall view from approaching the bridge and leaving the bridge from both directions. One of the cameras is mounted to the railing of my office. The other camera will be mounted to a pole supplied by me, but I need a foundation and a trench, or not a trench, but an electrical raceway ran to that pole that connects to the bridge. All the equipment will be, up in the attic in the bridge, basically, inside of a stainless steel enclosure. Then underneath the bridge, there's 2 cameras that will catch an overall view of everything that happens underneath the bridge. So everything on the walkway and everything underneath the vehicle area. Then the data from that bridge will go wirelessly to my office where we store it on my servers. And then you will be able to remotely access that at any time through the internet. And I will train a couple of village people to operate the camera system remotely to retrieve video and everything and anything else that you might need from it.
Is this going to be cloud-based and if not, why not?
Well, technically you can think of it as cloud-based because the cloud is just nothing but a remote server. So the server's at my office and you're remoting into it. Whether or not it's at a server farm in China or in my office. It's still remote. So
Okay.
yeah, technically you can call this cloud-based because it's
Okay.
not, the data is not stored on the bridge. It's actually beamed away somewhere else. It's stored.
Okay.
If you want additional backup, I can set that up so it does go somewhere into a data center somewhere for additional redundancy. But that would definitely incur additional cost.
Okay. I know Chuck had questions
I do.
about the setup.
Well, a couple things, Jesse. These license plate cameras, they're going to capture every single car in either direction, correct? It's not anything that's going to trigger it per se.
No, it's going to capture every single car.
Okay.
It's I'm going to have it basically set for a low frame rate, 24/7 recording.
Mm-hmm.
The motion recording during the day, it's just nonstop. It's all it does is record. So, yeah, having it, you know, I just set it to 24 hours, and
Mm-hmm.
I could set it for, we keep 2 weeks of, you know, 24-hour recordings, and I can reduce the frame rate going further to get. So if you need something from like 4 months ago, we can get it, but the frame rate will be significantly reduced to save storage space.
Mm-hmm. Well, and so you've got the license plate cameras. I think it's a great idea. You've got the entry cameras. I'm assuming that would capture anybody impacting the bridge.
Correct.
Okay. So
And then,
someone impacts the bridge, middle of the night, no one knows when or where it actually happened, or at least when it actually happened. How do you go back and search through all that data to
usually I
find the
look for
correct
the
plate
damage on
and
the bridge.
vehicle? Sorry?
I usually look for the damage that was done to the bridge, and I
Mm-hmm.
highlight that area, and I just browse through the video real quick and wait for that area to change. So once I see that change, then I'll dial in the time to be, you know, more precise to find out what you know, to show the actual incident. But that's
Okay.
usually how I hone in on the damage right away. Is okay, it took out that one board. I'll zoom through the video, and once I see that board disappear, then I know that we're really close to when it happened.
Okay. And then could you like make a clip of that incident to present to the village, to present to the police? Obviously, the
Absolutely.
whole idea here is to have evidence, right?
Yep. Absolutely.
So,
It's pretty easy to burn it to a CD locally.
mm-hmm.
I will train any village person that you pick on how to do this remotely. It's pretty simple.
Mm-hmm.
If you want my assistance to do it, it'll be basically a basic fee of $85 per incident, and I'll go and get the video for you and put it on a disc and hand it to you. Or you can just have, you know, anybody that's for the village just bring it up on their laptop, go through the video, and make their own disc.
Okay. What prompted the vandal cams? Just, is that a typical
Yeah,
setup?
It's typical of someone, you know, is, you know, kids playing on the bridge and they're jumping off going into the creek or something. Or
Mm-hmm.
it's also documents damage done under the bridge, because the cameras that are looking on the outside can't really see what's going on underneath it. So these will
Mm-hmm.
not only capture any incidents that are happening underneath the canopy, but also documenting damage that would be done by a vehicle traveling through there as well.
Okay. When we first started looking at this, Bobby and I think Jeff, we just weren't quite certain as to why 6 cameras. 4 cameras made sense. Not saying the 6 doesn't. I just didn't know where they were going to be situated and for what reasons. So I appreciate you clarifying that.
So Jesse, if I understand you, then the 85 per incident would be in addition to the monthly maintenance fees.
Correct. But that's only if I do the work, you know, you have been calling me whenever it happens. That's if I, log in and do it for you. But if I train somebody that's, a village employee or an official to do it, then you can save your $85 fee.
Okay.
And that's usually just comes down to 1 hour of labor, because that's, it takes me about 20 minutes to dial it in and make a disc and everything.
Okay. Does anybody else have questions?
Question, are you, let's say someone hits the bridge in the middle of the night, you catch the license plate. Can we use that information to go after them? I know that it helps us figure out who did it, but will it help us? I'm just curious.
It's hard to hear you. I think if everyone could go on mute that's not speaking, that might be a good idea. So, but I think what the question was, Trustee Michaud asked about, would we be able to issue citations just from the video, right? And I mean, Bob Pickerel, if you're here, Dave Letspike, you might even be the best one to answer it because you've done some research, right, on this?
Yeah, because I asked the question about, is there, will they issue a ticket based upon the video, and will a judge enforce it? And
I could feel that. Yeah. The answer is basically yes. You can issue a ticket based on a video. If it's a traffic citation, the issue will be to authenticate the video. The question for the court is, does it actually show what it purports to show? So the question will be, who took the video? Does it take, is there a system? Was that system followed? Is it reliable? Can a person say that by watching this video that it does in fact show this car damaging that bridge? If a village employee were to be trained on how to use this system and could then testify in court about the authenticity of this entire system and say, we have had the system established and we followed it in this case and it showed this car and I, looked at the license plate, checking camera, whatever the camera is, they can establish the basic facts for a traffic citation. There's a traffic citation too, the burden is a little lower than a criminal court. There's traffic citation is a petty offense. And so typically courts will consider those in the same way that, you would a police body camera or any other camera that demonstrates illegal conduct. But of course, I can't tell you exactly what the courts will do. Sometimes every judge is their own person and some require a higher standard, but generally speaking, it does meet the threshold for admissibility. So the answer is yes.
okay, but that person who reviewed that video would need to appear in court, and would that need to be a village employee?
You'd have to decide on a person to do it, or at least be available to do it. So the police officer, when they actually write the ticket, they didn't witness the conduct. They're going to be able to, so if this person goes to court and pleads not guilty, we're going to have somebody walk into court and make our case, our prima facie case, that that this incident did occur and the evidence we're relying upon is reliable. So whoever the village decides will to view the camera and download this onto this disc and view it, that person will likely be the person who is called. That would be the witness. Certainly, and it's for the village to decide how it wants to do that, and who they want to who would be most convenient to show up to court.
Okay. Here's what I was thinking was, we're issuing a $750 ticket. We got to pay a prosecutor, and now we're going to have to pay an employee. Out of $750, do we get $1.25 back?
Well, I mean, that's yeah. I mean, the burden of proof is that somebody needs to go into court and tell the judge, yes, I'm the one that downloaded this.
Okay.
I'm the one that did.
Okay.
But on the other hand, a lot of times, before I was an attorney, I was a police officer, and I've written, 3,000, 5,000 tickets in my life. A lot of people just go and plead guilty because that's all they want, and really this only comes up if they plead not guilty.
Okay, okay.
And hopefully if you hit a bridge, you're feeling kind of sheepish about it and you plead guilty.
But do the same rules apply as the red light cameras where the owner of the vehicle says, I wasn't driving the car?
Yeah, red light cameras are governed by statute. It's a special statute that would need to be complied with, and for various reasons. I think I looked into this a while ago, and I'm trying to remember exactly the reason, but it wouldn't. Red light cameras have a sense of automatic, takes the photo and sends it, and there's some very minor amount of review involved there by somebody. But that is governed by a statute which is separate from this. This is something that you're essentially. It says it's like you have a camera outside your house and you see someone go light your lawn on fire. The police can use that to establish probable cause and to issue citation.
Well, my question is, in a red light camera situation, the owner of the car is considered responsible.
Correct.
In this situation, we have a license plate. We don't know who's driving the vehicle.
Right.
Is the owner held accountable as they are in the red light or the municipal cameras? You get what I'm saying?
Yes, I understand what you're saying. So the owner would ultimately be held responsible. Since this is an ordinance violation, this has been litigated in Illinois courts because people raised the very issue you raised and said it's unconstitutional. You don't know if I was driving. But the way the statute is written is that a car struck and it was a violation regardless of who was driving, and the owner was responsible. And the question was this unconstitutional? And the Illinois court said, no, it's perfectly constitutional. It's like a parking ticket. If I drove and parked a car illegally, even if I was driving my mom's car, she still got to pay that ticket. It's ultimately her liability, and courts have upheld that type of ticket. I haven't checked the exact citation we're intending to cite these perpetrators with, but we could double check to ensure that it meets constitutional standards and that will be applying to the owner.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
So
One
what
other
happens
thing
if
that
it's
we-
a rented truck?
Go ahead, Chuck.
It seems like rental vehicles tend to do these types of damages. So we present the rental car company with the ticket. Do they then have to go after their renter? How does that work?
Typically, that's how it works. Yeah, because rental trucks have this issue all the time with the red light cameras, because people, as you know, drive irresponsibly in rental trucks, and it's a matter of if they get a fine, they typically then pass along that fine to the person whose credit card they already have. But the ticket would go to the rental truck company.
This is Dave.
Thank you.
From my conversations with the Sheriff's Department and with the village prosecutor, the Sheriff's Department has been very good in tracking down these drivers. And when they issue the ticket, they are routinely getting an admission by the driver. So the police officer or deputy in this case can be the witness, even though they have not witnessed the actual accident. They witnessed the driver acknowledging that they were the ones that did damage the bridge. So, Bobby, in terms of your question, at least how things have worked to date for the most part, the deputy that issued the citation would be sufficient in those situations where you wouldn't have to have a second person going to court.
Okay.
I'd also add that any cop who's investigating a traffic accident, the first thing they're going to go do is locate the car, not the driver first, and look to see paint transfer or any other indicia of an accident, which is pretty standard to connect the two.
So that was my question, because you mentioned it also. People are kind of sheepish and they admit that. Without having cameras to date, how many unknown hits have we had? Or what? I mean, it feels to me like we're getting hit a lot, but we're getting a pretty high percentage of knowing who hit it. Dave, do you know that?
Isn't that because Jesse's got the camera on?
It's been a combination. Actually, it's been usually more related to the time of day, where for whatever reason, the majority of these are happening during the day when the residents are around or the shopkeepers, and they're actually the ones that are flagging it. Jesse's been a big help with his camera to be able to confirm those things. But I think there's been one, maybe two, that have not been ticketed since the bridge was reopened.
One other thing that's more on the discussion of other issues with the bridge was that Chuck and I and Jeff felt that there was a need for cameras being visible. And so Jesse said that he had some broken cameras that he would put up for us visual, so that people could visually see them, and also then have signage that says, you know, your whatever the typical verbiage is.
Thank you, Bobby. It's Brooke. I was going to ask, I think signage, and maybe Mr. Pickrell can speak to this, but I think there's supposed to be signage up if there are cameras taking personal information. So, I mean, I know we got a lot of signage for that poor bridge, but I think we have to have signage that there are cameras there so people know that they're being videoed.
Yeah, so the signage requirement, we're going to conflate a few ideas here. Yeah, there is a signage requirement for the red light cameras that's provided by statute. This is different. This is our own camera. And since each of the vehicles is in a public way, there's a doctrine called the plain view doctrine, that if you are out in public, then you are not entitled to privacy. If you're, you know, the reason you don't need a search warrant if you witness someone committing a crime on the street. A cop can just walk up and see it, and that's all. They're fully within their rights to enforce the crime to prosecute the crime they just saw. Same applies here. They're driving the car on a public road in a public area. These cameras are not placed in any sort of illegal spot. It's all public, so that you can be videotaped on there without any necessity of signage or any sort of search warrant. However, that's not to say that the village might not benefit from having signs up, just because, you know, the goal is to reduce accidents, not to prosecute
I think we thought of it as a deterrent.
Yeah, it would have a deterrent effect. There's just not a legal requirement for it.
Well, but aren't at least one of the cameras on private property?
The camera can be on private property, but it's the plain view doctrine is if it's viewable by any place you're legally allowed to be. So if I can stand on the sidewalk and see the private property or see the bridge, that's totally fine. The fact the camera is placed on private property doesn't render the videotaping of someone's license plate a violation or discredit the evidence in any way.
Okay, so the host wouldn't necessarily, our generous host wouldn't necessarily come under fire.
Correct. I don't see, if we're going to make the case, the host is just simply permitting the camera to be placed there, but they're not witnessing the event. They're not putting on evidence. They're not calling it in. There's really no reason why they should have to be involved in this at all. And I would suggest that their name not be brought up, just because, you know, when you're prosecuting people for crimes, it's better to not identify the people who are assisting you with the prosecution. It's just
so to Bobby's point, then we probably shouldn't be paying our generous private host $80 a shot.
I'm not sure I understood
You mean for retrieving who hit it?
Yes. If Jesse's hosting one of the cameras and hosting all of the information privately, I'm just asking to make sure, I have a little bit of experience with this. So I'm just asking from the point of view of our generous host, maybe he shouldn't be the one necessarily looking at the information and potentially being the one that may or may not go into court.
I may have misunderstood your question. I thought you were referring to the owners of the property on which that FAR camera was being placed. So that was my misunderstanding, but addressing at least part of your concern, it really doesn't matter whether it's Jesse or a village employee who testifies, as long as they're competent to do so. And it's just a matter of village policy, how you want to decide who goes into court, and really the village employee is already being paid for that time, so it may be a better financial decision.
So Bobby, where do you want to take this?
Well, I guess at this point, is this proposal something the board wants to deal with? I guess that's the question.
May I ask Jesse 2 questions?
Yes, you may, Rita, sorry.
Jesse, you gave us a proposal maybe a year ago, 6 months ago. I don't remember the time frame, but it was something in the $17,000 range. This one is $27,000. Besides the $10,000, what's different?
22.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
22.
Okay. Sorry. What's the difference between the two besides $5,000 electronically?
We added an additional camera on Ben Finch's side of the bridge to see that angle. So that required a pole and another camera itself. So right there is a good chunk of just the material alone, and then the labor to install that as well.
Okay. And I lied. I have 3 questions. In your opinion, are we protecting Fort Knox, or is this a sufficient number? Is it overkill? What electronically, technologically on this thing?
Well, to give you an idea, a typical intersection, I put roughly 4 cameras just for license plates, and then one 180-degree camera with 3 imagers on it for an overview. So technically, it's like 7 cameras just for an intersection. And that gets you just about everything. You know, an accident happens, you can see license plates from most directions, identify vehicles. I have these systems in place in Hodgkins and in Countryside.
Okay, thanks. Now, my last question is, I understand that if you go through the tape, your fee is $85 an hour. Does it literally take you an hour, or that's your minimum fee? And the reason I ask that is not to beat up on you for the fee, but is it something that somebody who knows how to flip through the images, can it be done in 10 or 15 minutes? And if we paid staff to do that or had an intern do it, is it possible that it would take less than the hour?
It depends on how much damage is done. Like I was saying before, usually I take a look at where the damage was, and I scroll through the video and I wait for that damage to go away. So that way I know right the moment before it happened. Mm-hmm. But if the damage was very minor, then I asked, usually the officer or whoever, contacted me, do you have a time frame and a vague vehicle description? Because if there's no damage to go off to, you literally have to watch, hundreds of vehicles go through there. And during rush hour, it could take a good half hour, 45 minutes. The yellow truck that went through, that took me a good 45 minutes to pull that video.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
This is Ann. To clarify, Jesse, I thought I heard you say 85 per incident, not per hour. Can you just confirm or deny that?
Yeah, that's per incident. Usually it doesn't take more than an hour to find the video and put it on a disc. But if you need me to go to court and testify, obviously that would be an hourly thing.
Gotcha.
Thanks.
And Bobby, to your question, I mean, I'm not opposed to this. I just feel, and I said this in a different meeting, is this the number one thing that would be preventive? To me,
No.
number one is preventive. And I get this. I'm not sure I'm ready to have a conversation about the camera until we've talked about the other preventive things. So it's not no to the camera, it's the sequence for me.
Oh, okay, that's why I asked to split the issues, the camera and then everything else later in the
Gotcha.
meeting.
Okay,
So
thank you. But
you know, we can certainly put this off until we've had that discussion later. If
just let you
that's
know where
okay
my
with
head.
Bill.
Yeah, that's fine. It's just that's where my head is. That's all. I understand being respectful of Jesse's time.
One question I have, and that is there some way to combine a sensor with the camera so that you know that the bridge got struck, and then you know precisely what time it got struck?
That would be something similar to the same type of sensor we were going to use to illuminate a bunch of signs. Basically, you need something that would be just at the same height as the entrance to the bridge. So it would trigger that sensor, and then yes, I can technically connect that to a camera and document that time. Such a sensor, I got to find something that's going to be 100% reliable, and I have to test it out. The first system I looked at was ridiculously expensive, and that's why I didn't even present it to you guys.
Well, and I was thinking not along the lines of you can still have the camera set up, but you just would have a sensor that would signal something that tells you that a vehicle of X height may have struck the bridge, so that you now have some alarm that, you know, in a time that you can go look through the video to see if in fact it happened.
Correct. That's what I'm saying is
Okay.
you would have a height sensor. I mean, so obviously any vehicle over a certain height is definitely going to do damage to the bridge. So you want something, a sensor that can measure each vehicle entering each side of the bridge. So technically you would need two sensors. Another one that, you know, you could possibly use is a vibration sensor. But I mean, to calibrate that, you would have to, you know, shake the bridge pretty hard, you know, to simulate a being struck.
Can you follow up, Jesse, and get that to us so that we can deal with that issue at a future meeting?
Sure. Yeah. If you want to add on I can do some engineering and come up with an idea to have a trigger so that way you can narrow down the time a little bit better.
Could that equipment meld with this?
Yeah, that's what our company specializes in, is making things work together that usually don't. So, but yes, we can take any type of sensor and integrate it into the camera system where it documents a certain time, anytime that sensor is triggered. Okay. And I can even have it send you an email every time that.
Just to Bill.
I don't need more emails.
Thank you, Jesse. I really appreciate your coming tonight.
In front of it.
So, one of the questions I have, and it's a key component to this, is where are we going to pick up 120 volt feed, and what's that going to cost?
Dave's already got that figured out. Dave, you want to tell us about that? Dave, you're muted. There's power up at the bridge, right?
Can you hear me?
Power at the bridge? Yeah, now.
No, there's power with light poles that come pretty close to the bridge. And so our conversation that we had was feeding off of those on both the north and the south side. And that was actually a conversation that Jeff Perry and I had earlier about getting some festoon outlets out there to be able to add holiday lights if that was so desired, or adding some under canopy lights. But so that's where the power source would come from.
Mm-hmm. Any idea for the install to get it to the pole and all that good stuff?
I do not have a cost because I don't have a plan that shows me where the pole would be posted. So that if Jesse can give me some guidance on that, then we can get some costs.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Bill, Chris.
Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
I think it's really fascinating proposal. I think to Ann's point, I'm a little bit sluggish to move on this because I think we need a comprehensive view of the entire bridge protection plan, signage, restrictions of vehicles, trying to make sure, big trucks don't even get down there to the point of making that decision, right? So I think it's really a little premature. Sure, it'd be great to have a camera on this thing right now, but I think it's premature until we look at that whole comprehensive plan as to what we're going to do or not to do with the bridge. Because I hate like heck to do one thing now and then do an oops and we should have and second guess it later without knowing what that whole plan looks like. I am a little bit creeped out about surveillance of the village 24/7 continuous feeding onto a server that's not owned by us. It could potentially lead to other problematic things. Not saying that I have any issue or any reason not to doubt that the company is protecting that data, but it's to me it's a little bit creepy actually. But we just need to make sure it's protected, and I'm concerned about it not being public property and under our control. To the point of electronification of the bridge, if we are going to run electricity there, let's see what else we can do with it, right? LED lighting, walkways, additional signage, additional warning signs that may light up or not light up, that kind of thing. So I think there's more to it than just that. And, $22,000, I think we need to competitively bid this thing. I don't know what's been done so far, but to me, it seems like something we've got to competitively bid.
Thanks, Chris. Does anyone else want to make a comment right now? I don't think anyone's ready to move on it tonight, but.
There's a whole lot more information that we need to put together before we move forward. This was just the beginning.
All right, no, thank you, Jesse. Thank you so much for presenting this to us tonight and your efforts here. It's appreciated. Bobby, do you want to take us? You want to take us through the next part, or are we going to save that for later? Okay.
Let's wait until later.
Okay. All right.
Where it is on the agenda.
Okay. All right. Perfect. All right. Thank you, Jesse. Thank you, Bobby.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right. Let's move right along to the regularly scheduled program. This is the report of the Plan Commission and Zoning Board of Appeals from the meeting October 6th. I don't know if Village Planner Hoag or Chair Wilson wants to share what happened there.
I'll take care of it, Bill.
Okay.
There was one action item for consideration at that meeting, which was held last Tuesday and held remotely, and that is the request for a variation of the required side yard setback of 40 feet down to 14 feet on the north side yard in an R2 zoning district for construction of attached garage and expansion of the principal structure on property located at 7031 North Willow Spring Road. The property owners are Brian and Michelle Prainer, and their architect actually did a lot of the testifying at the hearing. The property is on the west side of North Willow Springs Road and is 4 lots north of the intersection of Meadow Lane and Willow Springs Road. It's zoned R2, which has a 2-acre minimum lot size, but only consists of 1 acre of land. The property was developed in the county. The residence was constructed in 1954. The property was divided in 1952. Both of those predate the incorporation of the village. When the land was annexed into the village in 1986, it was given the R2 zoning district classification. There's 2 nonconformities that exist on the property currently. One is the required front yard setback is not met. There's an attached porch that encroaches into that setback. As that's existing and will not change, it may continue to remain. The garage, well, there's also a nonconformity with lot size, but the garage would be slightly closer to the lot line. The platted survey showed it at 14.37 feet. They would actually take it down to 14 feet. So really, it's in the same location. The structure will be larger than the present structure, that is the accessory portion of the structure, and will be longer along this lot line, but will not encroach any further than the existing 14 feet. All other setback requirements, with the exception of the one they're asking for the variation on, will remain. The village code does not identify a maximum for what is subordinate with regard to accessory structures. And there have been a few instances, namely the Flater variation, which resulted in actually a text amendment, and the variation granted to Marcia Dam for the garage that she wished to build, that exceeded the established policy of 50% or less of the principal structure. Now, this is not code, this is policy, this is what we use when people ask. We say 50% of the principal structure is the policy, but the code would actually allow for a larger structure. Again, the Flater and the dam variation requests exceeded that policy. Village Attorney Filippini had a concern with that. Should someone challenge us, the code would actually be less restrictive than that 50% policy. We would have to abide by the village code. If we were looking to make this part of the code, we would need to make an amendment to the code. In this instance, the accessory portion of the structure is slightly less than the residential portion. The percentages are about 51% being residential, 49% being devoted to the accessory use. So it conforms in terms of what our code says with regard to the subordinate to aspect of principal versus accessory use. The project architect basically reiterated all those requirements. He noted that although the property is an acre, there are R2 district requirements which need to be met. If the property were zoned R3, there would be less of a setback required. It's still R2, but that was the point that he was making. There's a larger standard for the R2 than for the R3, and the property is only 1 acre. The Prainers testified, and they noted that they had spoken to their neighbors. I believe you have the letters of support that were generated by them and submitted for consideration by the Plan Commission and yourselves. There was a couple of issues that came up. It was noted that there's a 10 by 10 shed on the property. The extra 100 square feet would tip that balance between accessory use and principal use. The petitioners indicated that if the request was granted, they would demolish that shed, so that issue was resolved. Let's see. During discussion by the Planning Commission, it was suggested that a more decorative door be put on the garage, which would blend better with the house and the character of the neighborhood. Overall, the PCZBA noted that this addition was an improvement to the neighborhood as a whole and served to better meet the needs of the applicant. Chairman Wilson noted a concern with the use aspect of the proposal and indicated that she didn't feel that the split that was proposed was actually subordinate to the principal use. Technically, it is under the code, but that was a concern that she raised. She was the nay vote in the request. There was a motion made and seconded to accept the variation as submitted from the side yard requirement down from 40 feet to 14 feet in the R2 district. Again, 3 conditions. The garage door, as I mentioned, the 10 by 10 shed being removed, and drainage was also discussed, so any drainage requirements per the Lake County WDO would be complied with. The vote should actually be 5 aye, 1 nay. Commissioner Rubin had problems in speaking. He could hear us, but he could not communicate back to us. Attorney Filippini has noted that because of that, his presence would not count toward a quorum, nor could he vote. So the actual vote would be 5 aye, 1 nay, and that motion would carry. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to try to answer them.
Hey, Jim, just so that I'm clear on this. It may be helpful if I showed the diagram, but I mean, there's an existing garage right now that's basically 14 feet off the property line, right? So the setback's
Correct.
already 14 feet. So what they're doing is they're building a new garage that's a little bit bigger, that's going to be attached
Correct.
to the house, and
Correct.
it'll be it'll be a little bit further away, right? Is that what it is? Yeah.
The existing garage is 14.37 feet. This would be down to exactly 14 feet. So really, you're talking about the same distance. It's very, very slightly closer, but I mean, I think you'd really have to be a surveyor to notice the difference. It will be in the same place as the existing detached garage, and that garage will be demolished.
Yeah, so the issue is with this lot layout is that you can only put a building or structure in the very middle of the lot because
Correct.
it's so narrow, it's only 130 feet wide. And I guess if you take 80 minus 130, what do you end up with? 50 feet is the middle section of the yard that you can build within per our code, right? So that's what the issue is.
Bill,
It's kind of a hardship.
Can you
And an existing driveway.
What'd you say?
There's an existing driveway also.
Yeah, I'm going to share the screen because I think the picture's worth 1,000 words.
I was up there today and I'm having a hard time picturing what we're discussing.
Can you see the screen?
Yeah.
So this is what the ask is, right? So this is the garage today. This is the house today. And if I get this right, this is all this light purple part or whatever color that is what they're adding, right?
The garage is the top one because Willow Springs is on the right.
Yeah, this is the garage right here. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
The dark part, Bill, that you just pointed to is the existing garage. The purplish color is what would be proposed for expansion, and that would be attached to the house. There would be a kitchen area, I believe an eating area, and a mudroom kind of thing that would be attached onto the back of the house.
I see. Thanks.
But yeah, this is the challenge. There's not a lot of room to work with here, right?
Right.
So,
I got it.
yeah.
I got it.
And that was the point that the architect was making with the R2 regulations on the 1 acre lot. If it was zoned for R3, you wouldn't have the problems you'd have an extra 20 feet on both sides. You'd only have a 30-foot setback instead of 40.
Jim, what's the final square footage on the house?
On the
addition with what will the addition, because I'm looking at the report and it doesn't make sense to me that the first floor was 985 square feet.
Correct.
And
that's the existing residence as it stands right now. I believe they're going to add 288 square feet to that, which brings them to a total of 1,073 on the house, and the existing front porch front porch would count toward that floor area as well, which I believe is another 128 square feet. So we have 1,396 on the residential portion, and I believe it's 1,355 on the garage portion.
Okay, give me the addition of square footage on the house, 985 and 288 and 123. And what's the other number?
It's page 39 of his report.
Well, I'm on page,
Does this help you?
That was actually submitted by the architect.
Yeah, that's the page I'm looking at.
Can you see my screen?
So, okay, I see. I wasn't adding the front porch as square footage.
Yes. And in the exhibit that Bill has up there right now, he added the detached garage, which is also confusing and gets you to the 1656. That should be backed out of that.
Yeah. Well, and then showing it that the grand total is 3,300 square feet. It just went from a 988 square foot house to 3,312.
Yeah, And that's totally within the parameters for a structure on that lot. They, I believe, could go up to, I think it's like 8,800. So they're well within the maximum that would be allowed for a dwelling unit on that property.
I saw that 8,800. What would that be, 4 or 5 stories high, or?
Well, that would be the maximum based on what the code says, but there's other factors that would come into play, and on a smaller lot coverage is a huge one. You're maxed out at 40% lot coverage. You're also limited in height. So
8,800
that could be the potential maximum. It may not be able to be achieved on every property.
Okay. Thank you.
Put a big brick patio in.
Get those inspectors.
All right, so any other comments from anyone on the board?
Well, just a question. So what's the actual hardship instead of positioning that building someplace else away from that 14-foot line? I mean, is there any actual hardship? I mean, you could put it in the backyard, right?
I think it's redoing the driveway, Chris. There's an asphalt driveway, and presumably, I don't know what the curb looks like. It's not curb, obviously, but you'd have to totally reposition the driveway.
I think it's the configuration of the property and the fact that it carries the R2 zoning district classification. So the fact that the lot is smaller makes it very difficult for them to expand on that property under those R2 district regulations.
Okay, that was really interesting, but why can't you just move the building behind the house further back towards the west?
It is served by well and septic. I'm not sure where that is located, but that could be a limiting factor too. There was also talk about drainage. The property slopes that way, so drainage would flow that way. So I don't know if that would be an issue with the WDO and drainage calculations, but it might.
Okay, don't you think we ought to know that? That would be like a really good hardship case to make. My concern is you go from a kind of a small garage to a 20-foot tall RV building, 14 feet away from the property line, and you end up with a 45-foot long building. So it's a 45 by 20-foot wall instead of kind of a small garage, right?
It would be larger, correct, and particularly along that north lot line. That's absolutely correct.
Yeah. So that's why I'm trying to get to what the actual hardship is. I mean, you could theoretically contemplate just moving that thing to the south behind the house and moving it west, and yeah, you got to put some more driveway in, but you put some more driveway in, So I'm not sure what the actual hardship is. It seems like this is a want more than a hardship to me, but that's what I'm trying to put my feeling or put a hand on. Like, why is this a hardship?
Mr. Borowski, this is Brooke. When I looked at this, so if you go back into history, this is Towner. And Jim explained the history of that particular set of lots. There were 51 lots that were annexed in 1986 that were already 1-acre lots, all 51 of them. And for whatever reason, Long Grove decided to annex them as 2-acre lots. There's little explanation as to how that occurred. So I can't speak to why the village decided to arbitrarily bring them into the village, all 51 of them, under a code that none of them should have been brought in. So that's one of the things. So I did not agree with the original submittal where it said it was a financial hardship, but under our code, there is something called a unique circumstance hardship. And I believe that the village opened itself up to a unique circumstance hardship by having done that when they annexed all 51 lots in under the wrong or or potentially dubious, not necessarily wrong, but a potentially dubious set of regulations. So on a 1 acre lot, it would be 15 feet. It was already at 1437, they're asking for less than 4.5 inches. The village, generally speaking, likes to have its garages attached to the home, which this would accomplish.
I'm not sure that's a true statement.
Well, I don't know. For the last several years, I've been part of this. They do like attached. They do prefer not to have separated garages.
I don't think that's a village thing. I think that's a market-driven thing, isn't it?
But I don't know. I can only tell you what
Well, then-
I've been hearing over the course of these last several years.
I don't disagree market-wise. I just don't think it's a village thing that says attach your garages. I don't remember ever hearing that. But okay, I understand your point.
I can't speak to that. I just know what I've experienced relative to conversations. The other piece of this is that we also preclude having recreational vehicles, boats, excess cars, those kinds of things in a driveway.
I don't think we do. I think those are HOAs that do that.
Mr.
No,
Holt,
Chris,
could
that's
you
not
speak-
true. Campers
Is that
and
true?
boats and recreational vehicles are prohibited from outdoor storage and need to be stored indoors. Passenger vehicles, as long as they're licensed and operable, we do not have any limitation on them as long as they're stored on an improved surface such as a driveway.
All right, thanks for that. I stand corrected.
No problem.
Really,
So-
I didn't know that. So all the trailers like parked in people's driveways, we should be going after them. I didn't know that. It's
Yes,
interesting.
it's not.
I've
It's
sent
not
a lot
to
of
code.
letters, Chris.
Okay, fair enough. Thank
It's
you.
not. It's not to code. So this would solve that problem. The neighbors, all the way 19 or 21 of the neighbors have all agreed that they prefer this solution. So that entered into it as well. If you look at the layout of their very small home, it actually provides them with a better living space without growing upward. And they've agreed to make it blend with the front of the house. So I don't know, Rita, you said you drove up there and looked at what was going on. And what the rest of the neighborhood looked like. And, it's kind of a mixed bag. Right?
Yeah.
So, but,
Commissioner Bauer, if I could just ask, I appreciate the commentary, but if I could maybe direct this back to the board a little bit and have the board discuss it, that would be appreciated. So.
oh, I'm sorry. I'm here on behalf, I'm the representative for.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Tonight.
Got it. No, but I just want to make sure that the board has a chance to discuss it as well and then reach back out. So.
Yeah, no, I was just going through all of the things that we discussed. I'm looking at all of the notes, and
Okay.
so I was just going through what we had done as the representative tonight.
No, thank you for doing that too. But I just want to make sure that the board has a chance to discuss it as well. So, and debates it. So, Rita, if you have a question or whatever, I guess, or anyone else has questions, if you could, bring them up.
Jim, can you just confirm that the height on this is indeed 20 feet? Is that correct?
Yes.
That's what was shown on the diagrams. That will be double checked when they submit for building permits. They will actually have architectural drawings, which will be much more detailed. And that's what will be reviewed when they come in for permits.
Their house is a one-story home though, right?
Correct. It's a one-story home.
Okay.
I believe it's 15 feet. I believe that's what they showed on their diagrams. So
Yeah.
the garage would be 5 foot tall,
Oh,
taller.
I see.
A residence, and with an attached garage, the attached portion could be the same height as the principal structure. So 35 feet would be the limitation.
I got it. Thank you very much.
Other questions, Chuck, or anybody else?
Well, I wanted to point out that there's an aerial photo, I think it's page 9 of that 44-page document, maybe 10. If the lines of demarcation, which seem to be in green, are accurate, just about every home in that, on that street is got some type of structure outside that 40-foot setback. So that's a topographical one. This is, I think, the one I was looking at. So
Chuck,
look
that's
at
probably
the house to
correct.
the north, you know, the house to the south. So I appreciate Chris's comments, but you know, it just seems a little strange to me that we're uptight about something where no other home is following the ordinance as far as the setback.
And I think part of that is the fact that you have 1-acre lots that were developed in the county, which was a standard that's different than ours. They were annexed into the village and given the R2 district classification. I don't know why, but I think your observation is correct.
Well, so I'm not against granting this request is basically all I'd say about it.
Yeah, I have no problem with it. I'm just looking at the visual on the picture right now at the house just north of that, which has quite a substantial footprint and an accessory structure. And me personally, I would rather look at a little bit bigger garage and not an RV in the driveway. So, and I know that we're not allowed to have RVs in the driveway, but I don't have a problem with it. And I would move to pass it.
All right, so you're going to make a motion?
Yes.
Do we need one?
Yes, we do. This is a roll call
Okay.
motion. Money
Gotcha.
directing village council to prepare an ordinance approving the requested variation for consideration at the October 27th, 2020 village board meeting. That's moved by trustee
Second.
Micho, seconded by trustee
I'll second
Kritzmeyer.
it.
That's a roll call vote, Amy?
Okay, trustee Borowski,
Yes.
trustee Kritzmeyer,
Yes.
trustee O'Reilly,
Yes.
trustee Nora,
Yes.
trustee O'Connor,
Yes.
and trustee Micho.
Yes.
All right, motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you to the planning commission for asking all the questions too. And thank you, Jim.
Yeah, thank you so much.
And thank you, Brooke, for your comments as well. We appreciate it. Next item on the agenda is report of the Conservancy Scenic Corridor Committee meeting October 7th. Village Planner Hoag, do you want to take us through that?
Certainly, thank you. There were no action items for consideration in that meeting. They welcomed their new member, Maggie McCasey. She's very excited to be on the commission. They looked at the direction that you gave, I believe, at your August 26th meeting regarding natural plantings and landscaping, or natural landscape plantings in the medians. They're looking into that further. I actually have a bunch of research that I need to do and get back to them. They discussed plantings. They actually want to go out in the field once we get some of this data compiled and take a look, take some measurements, see how big these islands are, kind of get a feel for it. I'm hoping that we will create, I guess you'd call it a policy paper or something like that, because I know the board indicated that this was not a high priority item, but if we could have something that was on the shelf and at such time as finances or whatever were right, we could take that data and implement it. They also looked at the updated plant species list, very large. There's 1,700 species on that list. Commissioner Berger is continuing to work to pare that list down to identify plants that are readily available so it's more user-friendly. Due to COVID, a lot of the plant sales this year were canceled. So she was having a difficult time paring that list down to make it more user-friendly. She's continuing to work on that. They also approved their 2021 meeting schedule. The only change would be July 7th. They were concerned with a conflict with the 4th of July. So any business in July would be pushed to their second meeting. And that's it for the CSC.
Thanks for that report. Any questions for Jim?
I have two things. One is somewhere in my reading, there was mention made about the perhaps excess planting on Route 22. And I just wanted to make certain that that was understood, that that's for Route 83 on the north end of town, because it's so naked that if there are excess plants and planting, that it belongs up near Route 22, not down near the southern end of this town. And then the second thing is, I wish that somebody would suggest that Harbor Chase mow down that weed patch that's in the front of their building. It looks awful. Looks awful.
Thanks for bringing those up, Bobby. Actually, Rita was present and did bring up the Route 22 landscaping, and I inadvertently omitted that. She asked that the CSC look at that and look at natural plantings that could possibly be put in the Route 22 landscaping, with the idea that that would be serving as a model for future right-of-way landscaping projects that may be in the village. She also did mention Harbor Chase. They have been working to remediate the issues that they've had with the natural plantings. The CSC did not comment on that, but Rita did bring it up.
Well, and I think our resident expert is here who could speak to that also. Jenny?
There's a lot of problems with that planting, and it will take a commitment to turn it around to make something of it. And I'm not sure. It would be great if the Scenic Corridor Conservancy could get involved with that. I'm also happy to volunteer some time, as would be my husband, to come up with a plan that we could maybe propose to them. And on how to manage it. But it will take a lot of money and time, or a lot of volunteers.
Well, I just see it as our front door, and it, between that and the color of the brick, it's not a pretty picture.
I concur.
I also concur. I know it's a good intention to have prairie for our open lands, but it's just not coming across that way at all.
No.
Well, and the problem is you can't hire the mow and go guys to maintain that kind of planting when that's what you're trying to encourage. You need to have specialized people. I think, Jenny, that's what you mean by it being expensive, at least in the beginning, right?
Yeah, I think you need somebody that knows what they're doing. But also, I mean, in order to get a prairie to thrive, you have to start with a pretty good slate. You can't put it on top of a weed bed, which is what I think that they did. They might have thrown down some. I mean, if you drive by here and there are some prairie plants, but
few and far between.
Exactly. But I mean, I've been doing a prairie restoration for 25 years, and it's constant work, and it requires fire, and it requires, seed, which is expensive unless you can maybe get somebody to donate. I mean, it is not something that you just, I think a lot of people assume that you throw down seed and it just comes up naturally, but it is just as much work as a vegetable garden, especially in the beginning years.
Well, I think at some point we need to consider letting them out of their agreement to do a prairie. Somehow we have to admit defeat, that it was good intentions to begin with, but it's just not working out. That's all I have.
All right. Thank you, Trustee O'Reilly. Anything else? If not, can we move to the next item? The next item is report of the Economic Development Commission from this morning, I believe, right?
Yes.
It says September 22nd, but that's not right.
It was this morning.
Yes.
So Jim and Jim Hogan, Dave Letzpike joined the meeting today to talk about the different zoning regulations in Long Grove. And I think that was a really good information for the EDC to have, talking about if businesses come in and are looking at a property that's zoned R1, how difficult is it to change that? And it was actually really informative. So that was much appreciated. A lot of the rest is just kind of ongoing projects. Pam with the ICSC. We're still waiting to get, Mike Elliott needed to leave early, so we didn't get an update on the flow chart for the bridging your bridge to business in Long Grove. There's talking about the HLG DBA cross meeting attendance, which will be happening at the next meeting. And there's also movement on potentially November, how'd you do it with the White Oaks catering. But it was a good meeting. They're staying the course and moving forward and getting some good information. So it was a good meeting.
Thanks, Jenny, for the update. Any questions for Jenny?
I just have one. Jenny, I read the minutes from last meeting and the agenda. Was there anything in particular that should be in the e-news?
That's a good question. Let me think about it and let me get
Okay,
back.
if you do, just text me or email me because we meet at 9:30 in the morning.
Okay, yeah, I'll get it to you tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Abby.
All right, if there's no other, by the way, thanks for the report. I'm sorry I missed it this morning. My schedule was full, but thanks for the report and thanks for the work of the EDC. Appreciate it. I know, Roger, I see you and former trustee Sarletto as well, so thank you. If we can we move to the next item on the agenda, which is a resolution accepting the Economic Development Commission's work plan and budget request? Now, I know we've talked about this in several meetings, so I don't know if there's any further discussion. If not, I would be looking for a motion to approve.
So moved.
Moved by trustee O'Reilly.
Second.
Second.
Seconded by trustee Michaud.
Question?
Oh, sure.
Question?
Yes.
Who actually controls the funds and who writes the checks?
Dave, if you can respond, how that works.
Hello. Sorry, that took me a second. There's, in order for any bill to be approved, it requires approval by the village manager. That bill is then sent to the trustee, who's the finance trustee, in this case, trustee Kritzmeyer, and also to our accountant's office. So nothing goes to have a check prepared until it's been approved by through that process. And in this instance, because it would not be a bill that we would be concerned with, having to pay in an immediate fashion, that would be placed on a bill list that the board considers on a monthly basis. And if approved, then the check would be issued.
All right, thanks, Dave. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
That brings a question to my mind: is as it's laid out, the $750 for membership, they can't commingle those? In other words, they can't do $3,000 on publicity. Do we keep them to these specific?
I would not, from my standpoint, this is Ann, from my standpoint, I don't get that excited about understanding, if this one becomes 800 and the other one becomes, 1950, I'm not the approver on that. The board is the approver, but to me, it's an overall budget. And then as they spend the money, it comes in and goes through that review process that Dave examined or David described. But yeah, I think that what we're doing is we're saying we're going to adjust the budget, or we're going to tuck this in a budget and pay it as it goes, but it wouldn't exceed 4,250.
What's the purpose of creating a budget as opposed to here's a video we'd like to create, it's going to cost $1,500, can we get this approved?
We asked them for a work plan. Remember, basically, here's what we're going to do, and then here are the resources that they need. So we asked them to connect those two.
I see.
And I'm in favor of that. I asked early on in the work plan on a couple of things on, well, what results do they expect? But
I see.
And at some level, we this is unbudgeted expense, so we just at least want to know that we got it on the horizon.
I see. Thanks.
Does that help?
Yes, thank you.
Are we ready to roll call?
Yep, go for it.
All right. Trustee Micho.
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor.
Aye.
Trustee Nora.
Aye.
Trustee O'Reilly.
Aye.
Trustee Kritzmeyer.
Aye.
And Trustee Borowski.
I'm going to be that one guy, nay.
Okay.
All right, motion carried. Next item on the agenda is resolution appointing a delegate and alternate representative for Swalco. The motion requested approving a resolution approving the interim village manager as the alternate representative to the Solid Waste Agency of Lake County. Any discussion? If not, looking for a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Trustee O'Reilly,
Second.
seconded by Trustee Micho.
Okay. Trustee Borowski.
Yes.
Trustee Kritzmeyer.
Yes.
Trustee O'Reilly.
Yes.
Trustee Nora.
Yes.
Trustee O'Connor.
Yes.
Was that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry. I'll take my.
Thank you. And Trustee Micho.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, motion carried. The next item on the agenda is we need to update the signature cards. We got to remove Village Manager Leadspike and replace it with the interim Village Manager Bill Balling. Any discussion?
Motion to approve.
Okay,
Second.
moved by Trustee O'Reilly, seconded by Trustee Kritzmeyer.
Whoops. Okay. Trustee O'Reilly, Trustee Kritzmeyer, seconded. And let's see. Trustee Micho.
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor.
Aye.
Trustee Nora.
Aye.
Trustee O'Reilly.
Aye.
Trustee Kritzmeyer.
Aye.
And Trustee Borowski.
You're muted, so we can't.
Yeah, sorry. Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Motion carried. All right. This one has been around for a little while too, but now we're getting to a point where we actually have the actual agreement, I believe now. So this is resolution approving the partial termination of the intergovernmental agreement with IDOT and transfer of wetland. This is a roll call motion approving resolution approving partial termination of intergovernmental agreement with the Illinois Department of Transportation regarding jurisdiction transfer of the wetland parcel. This is the one on 83 in Oakwood. That would be the northeast side of Oakwood and Route 83. And the Long Grove Park District is going to be taking over possession and maintenance of that property. Any discussion?
Motion to approve.
Moved by Trustee O'Reilly.
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Micho. Trustee Micho keeps beating you, Chuck.
That's all
I'm
right.
really tired. I'm trying to push this meeting along.
Roll call, please,
All
Amy.
right. Yep. Trustee Borowski.
No.
Okay. Trustee Kritzmeyer.
Aye.
Trustee O'Reilly.
Aye.
Trustee Nora.
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor.
Aye.
and trustee Michaud.
Aye.
Okay, motion carried. This next one should be simple, but sometimes the simple things take the longest. This is just approving our calendar for 2021. So looking for a motion to approve, or if somebody wants to discuss it, let's do that.
So moved.
Motion to approve.
Okay, so that was moved by trustee O'Connor, seconded by trustee Kritzmeyer. Did I get that right?
You did.
Roll call?
Okay. All right, trustee Michaud.
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor. Trustee Nora.
Aye.
Trustee O'Reilly.
Aye.
Trustee Kritzmeyer.
Aye.
And trustee Borowski.
Wrong way. Yes, yes.
Okay.
All right, motion carried. Now, the next thing is our treasurer's report and budget comparison. And trustee Kritzmeyer, do you want to take us through this, or?
Yeah, I'm not going to take, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I was wondering which mute button I hit. There's probably not a lot that I would say is remarkable. On the treasurer's report, which is our bill list that we do need to take action on, they said there's nothing particularly remarkable, with one item I would call out, and that is we are paying Seidler and Associates, that's our consulting accountant, bookkeeper. Their normal is $1,650 a month, and you can see that in the bill list. You see another large number in there, and that has to do with both the audit and helping us with ongoing reporting. The audit is somewhat behind. Dave and I have had a couple of different discussions on that, and unfortunately, that's not going to wrap up before he leaves. But so that's the only remarkable thing that I would put in there, was that extra expense with our accountant bookkeeping firm related to both the audit and the reports that we're asking for. So I think most of you know that I'll be leaving my employment in 3 weeks, and at that point, my intention is to have a couple more conversations with Debbie, with Denise, and then of course with interim manager Balling to kind of wrap that part up. But other than that, I would say there's nothing I would remark on the treasurer's report unless anybody has questions.
Thank you for that report. Would somebody like to make a roll call motion to approve the treasurer's report?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, so it was moved by trustee Kritzmeyer, seconded by trustee O'Reilly.
Okay. Trustee Borowski.
Yes.
Trustee Kritzmeyer.
Yes.
Trustee O'Reilly.
Aye.
Trustee Nora.
Yes.
Trustee O'Connor.
Aye.
And trustee Michaud.
Yes.
Okay, motion carried. Okay. All right, so now go ahead.
Just one more thing on the budget comparisons. You can see in Dave's report that as we had expected and anticipated, our coverage of the overall uncommitted general funds relative to the general fund budget, the Keep the Lights On budget, is inching up. So we're now at 75%. And other than that, I would say there isn't anything remarkable. And as I said earlier, the intention is to have something that's a lot more of a visual and easily absorbable dashboard for us all sometime in the next several months.
Okay, thank you. No, it's great news that we're at 75% coverage. Dave?
Yes?
Did you say something? Who said something? I'm sorry.
No, it wasn't me.
Oh, then I heard an echo. Okay, so I'm hearing myself. That's scary, by the way.
Uh-oh, end of report.
Yeah. Thank you, Ann. So we're going to move into the trustee reports. And maybe the first thing that we could just touch on with before we go into the building report and the bridge and so forth is the water systems outage that happened on this Saturday night at about 8:30 or something like that at night during the sort of the end of the busy period of the downtown dinner scenario. So Jeff, can you give us an update on that?
Yeah, so I put together a brief memo that was distributed earlier today. I don't know if you had a chance to read it, but as President Jacob mentioned, there was an outage which resulted in the system being the water system being drained of water. What happened was there was an electrical failure over there, which basically incapacitated the brain of the water system, turned off the, and that brain is what controls the water distribution pumps turning on and actually pumping water into the system. With the water outage under IEPA regulations, we had to issue a boil order, which was in place and lifted at 12:30 today. So those results were satisfactory. So that's the good news. With the electrical failure, we do know that there was damage to a circuit breaker and some of the wiring that needs to be replaced. An electrical contractor was on site today to look at that and get the parts needed to make those repairs. And one thing that did happen with the surge is it took out deep well number 1. So that well is currently not operating. Feel it prudent to replace the circuit breaker and the wire and have that in function, repaired and appropriate before we turn the well on. We will have water well solutions. They were the company that installed the well a year ago. We'll have them on site to assist. They know the well, they know the motor, so that they'll be out there to help when that thing comes back online. And should there be any issues or anything like that, again, they are the experts on that. We are having discussions and getting to the question of how do we prevent this in the future. Got a lot of ideas. We've been triaging the issue. Don't have a full comprehensive recommendation list at this time, complete with costs. I had Mike Grinnell from our office join us. He's one of the primary operators over at the water well. If you have any questions, he will certainly be able to help answer those.
Can I just ask a simple question? And that is just if the UPS went down or even the control panel went down, how come there's no alarming of any sort? I mean, I would think we'd be able to get an alarm on the UPS. I mean, the way we found out, correct me if I'm wrong, but it was Village Manager Leadspike got a call from Mike Marr from the Buffalo Creek Brewery about low water pressure. So,
hey, Mike, are you able to join? You're on mute though.
yeah, you got to unmute yourself, Mike.
*6.
Mike, *6.
Well, it's like a silent movie. We cannot hear you.
How about now?
We can, yes.
Okay, what we have is in the alarming system in there is we skip what they call general alarms. It just says code 14, code 9. So when we got the first alarm, we got a general code of a code 14. But the problem was by the time the response gets down there, we are already on the way on the water. I'm about a half an hour away. Rob's about an hour away. So when we get these alarms, in fact, like tonight we got an alarm as a general code. I think he said it was a number 10. We got down there where there's no problems. So the alarming system is what they call a squawk box. And the squawk box gives a very vague little information. And if we, and it's when it was put in, it was a very high tech system. But in the days of today, It gives you such a vague alarm. Do you respond? Do you not respond? Do you come down for all these nuisance alarms? So sometimes in those realities is when you get caught like this.
So we did get the alarm, and then somebody headed.
Yeah, I started heading that way.
Okay, got it.
But when they had a big crowd going that night, we had a pretty heavy water use going in that area. And by the time we get down there, we lose all your pressure in the pressure tank. When you don't have any type of pumps that can turn on, you're relying on a hydrostatic tank that's inside the building. So when that water dissipates, you lose your water pressure instantly.
Got it. Thank you.
Do we know why this happened?
We don't have an answer yet. We definitely had a power surge of some sort. We don't know if we had a surge when the well was running, and that's how we burned up all the wires in the breaker system, or if we had an internal problem with a wire that might have been loose, that on a high line, high voltage, so 480 volt side where the well runs to. So what we have to kind of do is work our way backwards now. And once that surge came in, it took all this, it just shocked the whole system and kind of knocked a lot of different things out. One, it took the UPS out. One, it took the control system out. And then the third thing was it took one well out with it. Hopefully we just have a problem with the breaker and the wiring going back to the main disconnected of the coming into the building. We kind of have to work our way backwards, and hopefully it's not the well issue. We hope that once we can get the power back to the well, we can make sure it's not the well. If something happened to the well when it ran and that shot that power backwards, a grounding or something like that, then we know the well is what created the problem. And it wasn't a ComEd surge. So we're kind of like in between two things at the moment of what actually happened at this point.
And we have reached out to the ComEd to see if they have anything, any records, anything on their system, an anomaly, surge, anything like that.
Why don't we have surge protectors on this system?
We do, but you don't have surge protection on the main voltage coming into the building. It's something that ComEd, internally, we have surge protections on the control panels. We have phase monitoring systems. Even on the well itself, we have what they call motor. Let's go to the well first. Every well motor has what they call a motor protector on the front of it. And we watch phase imbalance. We fought reversing phases. If ComEd had a power outage or something, a reverse phase, it all protects at that end. But if you get a power surge from ComEd, it's kind of equivalent. You can get the same thing with low voltage. ComEd can give you low voltage, or it can give you high voltage. I mean, you have a car accident in the neighborhood and you knock down power poles and they get across line or heavy winds, you have these big surges in. You have to kind of hope that the control systems and the motor protectors will protect it. But from the big power source from ComEd, where the big bus bars come in, where the main voltage comes to the building, to your first line of defense is breakers. And the breakers are staged as they're staged from different sizing. So you have your largest breaker by the ComEd feed, and your second breaker is by your well. And they're intentionally staged in two different elevations. So the voltage is controlled. It will trip somewhere up to that point before it gets to the motor of the well or your pumps and stuff like that.
Welcome, Bill Balling.
Oh, hey, Mike, so so a couple questions. So if well number one goes down, does two kick in right away?
Yes, and then when I got there that night, we had a full reservoir, and we didn't see either well showing trip at that time. They were both showing perfectly fine. I went right over to the motor protectors, see if it was something with one of the wells, and if the reservoir is full. That was the biggest concern. And then I went to the control panel and found out the control panel was completely dead. We still had 480 volts to the motors, to the booster pumps. So right away, what I did is I turned one pump on to hand. Even though the whole control system is off, you can flip it manually by hand. Well, I was able to get one of the pumps up running right away, got it reprimed, and then I went right out to the system and started opening up some fire hydrants to make sure we didn't have an air pocket that would have created a secondary problem like a water main break or air pressure into a home or into one of the businesses over there. You didn't want to get those air pockets in case we had one. So that's how we kind of first respond. So we ran the system for about an hour, 2 hours by hand until we diagnosed where why the processor was taken out. And then once we figured that out, then we were able to get it all back on automatic at that time and do some additional flushing at that time.
Thank you.
Well, the water was back running, although with the boil order in 45 minutes. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I went right over I went to the 2 hydrants at the very end, one by the bridge and then one right by the brewery. Those are kind of the 2 farthest dead end legs. And in fact, the guy from the brewery came out right then and said, hey, what's going on with the water? I said, we're bringing it back up to pressure now. And he went right inside and said he started getting pressure at that time. So we did respond pretty quick, but unfortunately, once we lost the pressure, it's required that you do a boil order. It's the best interest of the village and requirement by the EPA.
So that's just a standard boil order? Because that was one thing I didn't understand is why did we have to go into a boil order?
Once your water system goes below 20 psi, it's a mandatory that you do a boil order. You issue a boil order.
So there's possibilities of contaminants coming in.
Yeah, what it is when you lose a water system is pressurized at 50 to 70 pounds typically in a water system. If you ever had any contamination on the outside of the pipe, the water is pushing out. So if you ever lose your pressure and or backflow preventers coming out of buildings, if you have a faulty backflow preventer, you could be drawing something out of a building into your water system, and or if you had a contaminated area and you could have a leaky pipe. Typically you don't have that, but it's usually backflow preventers that typically bring that water back into it. It could be a cross connection in a sink or something that could draw that water into the system. So we typically flush the system right away, get it all up in that point, and then we turn around and pull the samples to make sure that there is no issues in there. And Rob pulled 3 samples in 3 different areas so we can make sure we get a good cross pattern of sampling out there.
So we use circuit breakers, no fusing?
Mostly are all circuit breakers in the system. There is a lot of people have gotten away from fuses. Most go with breakers. Your system over there, I don't believe has any fuses in any part of it. It's all circuit breakers, even in the main big disconnects.
I do understand why people prefer to go with circuit breakers, but you could get a much higher SCCR rating if you go with fuses. They'll trip a lot quicker.
Yeah.
It may have saved the whole control panel.
Yeah.
Not saying it would have, but.
Right. I think there's a couple of things we can do going forward. Is I think the UPS system was a system that is an easy way of putting in protecting and try to protect your control part of your system. More people are going to battery backup systems and or another kind of way of circuit breakers. I mean, another kind of a UPS system that can kind of fail, but it'll fail to take the load and then fail itself into a run position. And we're looking into some of those different options right now. Another way is you put one pump into a position that if it does fail, you go into, it monitors pressure. So if the system senses pressure and you lose one part of your processor, it automatically start running on pressure also. So there's a few different options that we can look into try to have a emergency backup system built into it. So if you have one problem, another problem will compensate for it and we can respond to that while it's still working into a situation like that. Right now you're kind of one-dimensional, I guess it would be kind of, so if you have one little issue, you drop out relatively quick.
Okay.
Is any of this insurable? I mean,
Well, I don't, I would think right now, what's broken out there right now, it probably wouldn't meet any type of deductible. I don't know your deductible or how the insurance works on that. If it gets into where we have an issue with the well, then I would say you would definitely want to try to see if there's some type of insurance that could help you out in that situation. Because we know, as we know from a few years ago, those wells are pretty expensive to pull out and repair.
you think?
Yeah,
You
I mean
think?
they're deep in the ground and they're a long ways down there. So,
Dave, do we
If-
have
if it's a- if-
insurance? I'm sorry about it.
Go ahead.
I was just going to ask Dave Ledspike if we had insurance.
Yeah, it's included as part of our policy.
Okay, thank you.
And then my second question would be, if it turns out that it was a ComEd surge that was the genesis of this, do they cover something, or do you have to prove it?
if you want to give my 30 years of experience in working in with a lot of different voltage and a lot of different areas of ComEd, I have yet in 30 years ever got them to agree that they had a problem.
Well, you know what? We just recently had IDOT admit that they made a mistake and fixed it. That's never happened.
See, tides are turning maybe.
There are miracles.
Yeah, but they have a tendency, ComEd has a tendency not to own up to a lot of their things. We used to put voltage monitors on equipment that was getting low voltage and high voltage, and where we were getting damage, and we would show them the recorders of what was going on, and when all of a sudden the problem would disappear, but they would never answer if it was their problem or not. It would disappear and gone away, but it never was a problem that we could have it repaired.
So Mike, what do you think the costs are?
If we're going to work into big numbers, I hope that we'll explore the insurance issue.
To make the repairs we have right now, you're probably looking at less than $1,000, I would say. The breaker's not going to be that much. It's a smaller breaker. I think it's a, I can't remember, it's a square D breaker, but I can't remember what voltage it was, what ampage it was. And then we got to change the 3 wire leads back to the main disconnect. So they're only about 30 feet. I'm looking at there'd be less than in 1 day for probably 2 electricians. So you're probably looking at $1,000, $1,500 price tag on that. The newer UPS is probably, let's say $300-400. So it's probably a couple $1,000s worth of work at the most at the present time. If we want to expand into making some of the repairs for a reliable backup, then we can get pricing in on that a little bit more, but that's something to look down the road at. So.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Any more questions? That was a great report, and appreciate all the detail. That was very helpful.
No problem.
All right, if not, hey, I know we've got a few more things to accomplish in the trustee reports, but Jeff, maybe you know, continuing on with the Gaywall theme, you know, we've got Cuba Road. We had the open house as well last night. So, but maybe you can take us through, you know, some of the items on your report.
Okay, yes,
Okay.
certainly.
I'm going to check off, okay?
Okay, thank you,
yes.
Mike.
Thank you,
No
Mike.
problem. Thank you.
Okay, so just in order of, just on the engineer's report, Kruger Road was first. We had a public information meeting last night at the brewery tent. It was well attended. There was probably more than a dozen residents there. Generally very supportive of the project, looking forward to the project. The big discussion in my mind was questions about the detour during that project. The road will be closed to through traffic. There'll be signage on each end of local traffic only. All the residents will be able to get in and out of their place of residence, their subdivisions using Kruger Road, just no through traffic. There'll be times similar to any other construction project there where they may be asked to wait a brief moment before they get onto Kruger. but they will be able to access and get in and out of their houses. The subdivision at the opposite Prairie Trails, Farmwood Drive is the name of the road. They asked that some additional signage be put so to eliminate or hopefully reduce any sort of cut throughs through their subdivision, Fields of Long Grove. So we'll look into that, but well attended, generally very supportive, continuing to look at a May, June construction start and a project duration of 3 to 4 months.
So the road will be closed for that period of time?
It'll be closed through traffic.
Well, that would be me.
So yeah, there will be a detour route all the way around using Route 83, and it'll be signed like that.
How long?
For 3 to 4 months.
Oh.
Okay. Bill, do you want me to hit on the bridge or just save that?
Well, we can come back to the bridge. Maybe
Okay.
keep going.
Interesting choice of words, Jeff.
Yes. So Cuba Road, the local road program is, if you've driven on that has been milled and is getting prepped for new asphalt paving. We anticipate getting some fresh asphalt by the end of the week. We were hoping that it would be tomorrow, but it's not going to be. There was a last minute schedule change by Aero Construction, but they're moving along quite nicely. If I looked into my crystal ball, I think here in the next 2-3 weeks, we're going to see a new road, as Lightning McQueen would say.
I like the new striping that it has already installed.
Yeah, I know. That's certainly interesting. There's certainly certainly something you don't see every day.
It's like digging for dinosaurs or something, right? You see the old striping that was on there.
Yep, just the way it delaminated. Yeah, it was interesting. Old McHenry Road, there was a brief update that the village got yesterday from John Nelson over at the county. They are still looking at fabricating a pole to get the light back at I'll call it the southwest corner, but where the Landmark Exteriors building is. As you remember, they removed that light fixture because it was in conflict with the overhead electrical wires. So they're still looking into that and fabricating that. No timetable on that, but certainly good news from a safety standpoint. Let's see here, the Route 53 project, IDOT is still investigating and gathering their forces, if you will, to fix the drain tiles over there. Unfortunately, I don't have an update from IDOT on when that work is going to happen. I will certainly share that as soon as I get it.
Jeff, it's Brooke Bauer. This is minute, but they also promised to fix the damage to the back of my neighbor's yard. So I've been waiting for them to come back. I've been in contact with the original program manager. He said there's a new one. So if you wouldn't mind coming by here and talk to her or to me and her about the damage to the back side of their yard that they were going to fix or promise to fix.
Okay, I will certainly remind IDOT that that is still an outstanding item.
Thank you.
Okay, so Bill, those are the highlights of my report. There's a lot of other things in there. If there's any questions, happy to answer those at this time.
If not, we'll come back to the bridge if we can.
Okay.
And maybe, if you don't mind, Chuck, if we could ask you to do your building report.
Okay. I think everybody's seen the graph of, the various permits that were pulled in the month of September, as well as my fiscal year-to-date totals. I did just notice a discrepancy that has me a little concerned, but it's probably not a big deal. Margarita's report states $18,030 were collected in the month of September. But then if you go down further into her report, we seem to have collected $16,435. So there's a $1,595 discrepancy. No idea why at this point. I am going to do some digging into it. Could be just, an escrow amount somewhere along the line that wasn't really applied correctly. But it is disturbing that those two numbers don't add up. But by and large, our net revenue for the month, including overhead or after overhead was taken into consideration, was about $2,400, now $2,470 approximately, is what we netted as a village. Any questions, any thoughts, any ideas why we're off $1,595? Because I'm all ears.
Chuck, I have no idea.
I'll look into it further. It's probably something really simple, but it just disturbs me that we're off that kind of money. Other than that, end of report.
Did you want to share anything about some discussions you had with the Country Club Estates?
Okay, well, that's not the building report, but sure. That's a wetland mitigation screening. So as I had told the board the last time we discussed this, Country Club Estates Homeowners Association put out a survey to our residents and basically asked the residents of Country Club Estates if we as a homeowners association would be willing to spend $15,000 towards a $30,000 bill that the Forest Preserve and Lake Dot have asked the village to come up with. And basically 2-to-1, our residents were all for spending the money.
Wow.
So we are, we're willing to commit to half the $30,000 that the county's asking from the village. A slight twist to all this as well. We've got 3 or 4 residents who have, at least verbally, talked about adding private donations into the kitty. I've talked to our homeowners board, knowing the position our village is in right now financially. If we get donations towards this cause, we're going to more than likely just turn that over to the village to lower the village's $15,000 commitment. Right now, I can't tell you if that's $10 or, $200 or $2,000 or $5,000. I'm still trying to collect that information.
Yeah, so more to come, I think, on that, Chuck,
yeah,
right?
There's overwhelming desire to get this done.
That's great. That's super. Pays to ask.
I was actually surprised, to be honest with you.
I know. You predicted it would never go that way. So.
It shocked me, but that tells you the extent of the problem that, people are living with. Brooke's still on the phone. She could probably chime in a little bit because she goes by that every day.
Hi, Chuck. How are you?
Good, Brooke. How are you?
I'm doing well. Yes. Well, I think it can be improved, modified, changed, and made better for sure.
Yeah. I mean, we're looking at years for that screening to grow in and really be beneficial, but we got to start at some point.
I agree.
All right, Chuck, thank you. Any questions for Chuck? Do we want to move back to the bridge, Bobby?
I'm ready.
All right,
Yes.
take it away. And
Um,
Jeff also has a little bit of a
Bill.
report to give. Yes.
You've jumped over 2 TIF items now.
Which 2 TIF items?
Oh, according to my agenda, it was supposed to be
JRB.
the JRB meeting, and you've jumped over the South Lake TIF hearing in terms of what's going to happen. I've been waiting the entire time from the beginning to be here.
Well, please let the bridge wait.
No, hold on a second. Consider why is it's not on the agenda. So
It's actually on the agenda, even the second one that came out tonight,
oh, you're looking at under the trustee reports, right?
which is where we are.
Correct. Yeah, I'm following that. Yep, absolutely.
So there was nothing about CCF on this, which I truly appreciate Chuck talking, which at first I didn't know what he was talking about, but then once you went on, I figured out what it was. But you've jumped over both TIF issues. They're in the
Brooke,
president.
I respect you for bringing that to my attention. I'm following the village manager report. Doesn't 100% line up with it. So
why is the agenda different than the manager's report?
Brooke, it is. Okay, so I'm following it. It sometimes gets prepared.
Why don't we just do it?
Yes, so let's go to the TIF review report, the joint review meeting, and I don't know if Ann, if you
want me to talk about it?
Yeah, would you mind doing that? Yes.
No problem. So the TIF joint review board meeting. So this was the first. Every TIF district has to have a joint review board, which is basically a member from the village board, a member from the public at large, and then any of the taxing districts that are affected by the tax increment financing district. So we've had a couple of them for the Sunset Grove one that I participated in, and I think we actually had one of the taxing district people show up one year, College of Lake County, and talk about joint programs for developing things, restaurants and things like that. The one that that's on tonight's agenda was the inaugural one for the proposed South Gateway TIF district. And so what this was basically a report, the very first one to review the potential and the viability and the supportability of creating a TIF district in what we're calling the South Gateway, so down at the south end of the village. And so the Tesca, Lee Brent went through that and basically the different eligibility criteria and how that geography met that criteria. People asked questions. I will tell you, nobody from any of the taxing districts showed up. 2 of the owners of properties that are affected or in the proposed geography did show up, and one of them had a couple of different questions. And overall, we went through and said, and basically there were only 2 of us to vote, and so we voted to proceed with the TIF district at the point that we are in terms of creating that district. We still have additional meetings coming up for that. Just to be clear, the district that was created for Sunset Grove many years ago, there's probably a more technical way to say it, but it got a little bit over its skis where we had proposals and developers coming in and made some commitments to actual infrastructure right in the teeth of the financial crisis. So lesson learned. So this TIF district is not making any commitments to any specific development. And we've said this in many open meetings in the past, the idea here is to create and enable the opportunity for partnership between public and private to be able to improve those blighted areas at the south end of our village. But in no way does this commit to any expenditures other than the consulting to actually examine the viability and defend that, and any of the legal regulations or resolutions that we're having drawn up. But beyond that, we are not committing to any development at this time. What we're doing is enabling so that it's kind of like being very at the ready and having not a shovel ready, if you will, but being ready to be able to act in a way that will help us develop, hopefully, some of those areas down at the southern end of the village. So that was a long, long thing. I had to take many breaths, so sorry about that. But hopefully that would be what I would say. So right now, the resolutions to proceed passed, and we will go on to the next parts of that. I think we have a public hearing in November. I'm not looking at my
November 10th,
papers
yeah.
right now. Thank you. So, Bill, you listened in. Is that plenty?
Yeah, no, you said it well, so.
All right, so here are a few questions. This joint review board, I'm going back to the September 22nd agenda. It says consideration of an ordinance fixing a time and a place for a public hearing of establishments, November 10th, and convening a joint review board, October 9th, for the proposed South Gateway tax increment TIF district. In the past, the joint review board meeting has always meant, in my experience, the PCZBA and the board. Nowhere in any of the documentation, and I hope the attorney's still on, nowhere did it say it was going to go through the process of appointing, how'd you say it, Anne? A person from the public at large. So how did you solicit a person who was from the public?
Brooke, I appointed both Ann and I appointed Rich Tourette, and that was also approved by the village board via resolution. That's how they were selected.
No, I saw the ordinance.
Yes.
But did you solicit anyone from the area where the TIF is going to impact the residents?
Again, I selected Rich and Ann for the TIF review board. There's still a public hearing and everything else that's coming up next.
Okay, so you've obviously already talked to Mr. Lostfike, who I have been trying to get that answer from. So you appointed someone from the public at large.
Correct, I did.
I would like the record to reflect that Rich Tourette is not the public at large. He is a commissioner on the PCZBA. Moving on. The state statute and any of the documentation that I have seen since last February does not include where you find this particular TIF Act. It always, it leads toward and leans toward certain numbers and attachments, but it never actually points to the TIF Act. Could you provide me with the number of the TIF Act? Is that a state or county or municipal?
Brooke, where's this headed, by the way? Because you're kind of out of order.
No, I'm not. I've got.
Yes, you are out of order. There's public comment. This is not a plan commission item, and you're out of order at the moment.
I have 3 minutes.
But we're not in public comment yet. But anyways, Bob Pickerel, if you could answer that question.
Then I'll wait for public comment. Thank you.
I believe the last question was the citation to the TIF Act. The TIF Act citation, it's a lengthy act, but begins with 65 ILCS 5/11-74.4-1. If you just simply Google Illinois TIF Act, it will direct you right to the statute.
I did, and it sent me down a rabbit hole. But if you could state that a little bit more slowly, I'll write it down.
Sure. Yeah, it's the first. It has. It's a lengthy act. The very first citation of the act is 65 ILCS 5/11-74.4-1. That is the portion of the TIF Act which identifies the title of the TIF Act. Its substantive provisions follow. So it's quite lengthy, but that if you find that and then just scroll down, you'll be able to read the whole TIF Act.
And which part of that applies to what's going on now?
Well, the TIF Act, one of the threshold requirements for enacting a TIF is a positive recommendation from the Joint Review Board. And that's what Trustee Kritzmeyer was discussing. The Joint Review Board met and they had to make certain findings about the plan and ordinance and make a positive recommendation. They did, and there was quorum and the requisite members of the public and interested parties were present. And as I've read through the minutes, the procedures were followed and their actions were effective.
Thank you, sir. But today it was in, or yesterday, or the 9th was a requirement vote of 2.
It has to have a majority vote and a majority of the people voting. And there was only 2 there present to vote. Other people didn't show up. So that was the requirement.
So
But there is no minimum quorum.
Oh, so there is no quorum. All right.
Correct.
And that's my, as I said, on the other joint review boards that I participated in, that has been common, that few, if any, of the taxing districts, though we know where they're very much invited, bother to show.
Well, my understanding is after talking to Ela, now, Bill, I can step aside till we get to the public part, but I've spoken to Ela Township, which is part of the taxing body, and they did not receive a notification. But I'll wait until we get to the public comment. Thank you.
Well, you might as well, we open it up now. You might as well, Dave, you want to comment on that? Dave, we can't hear you.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. Notices were mailed by regular mail to begin with, and then the meeting materials were emailed to all of the taxing districts as required by the ordinance which follows the law.
Thank you, Dave. I spoke with Karen at Ela Township, and they did not get a notification. I'm just telling you that. I don't, you know, that's for me, that's just part of it. This looks like it's going way more quickly, and that the public at large representative was not solicited from the public at large. So we can start there, but even with just those 2 items, what I would ask is that the board puts a pause on this. I've had conversations with a couple of my neighbors who have explained to me that the village has tried to do this in the past for that particular area. I've also asked, in particular, Mr. Hogue, whether or not it would come before the Plan Commission, since the Plan Commission spends more, not the ZBA, but the Plan Commission spent 3+ years with the residents determining land use for that area. And it seems to me that the Plan Commission should actually confirm that Zone 5 and this TIF map are at least somewhat in correlation. And also, I have contacted IDOT and Lake County about that diagonal piece of property that's included in the map. And there's no resolution on that either. So I would ask that the village put a pause on this to collect some information. And I understand that there is the public hearing coming up, but it seems to me that this has been rushed and a little bit smelly. So that's kind of, I mean, I have more points, but I don't want, you know, this is late. I can talk about deterioration and the differences, and the fact that you included 2 properties that the people that live there don't believe it's in deterioration. I can ask you about the 2 buildings. There are only 2 buildings, but you included the soccer fields, Dorothy Lane. So that actually kind of outweighs a few things. There's, you know, the soccer field.
Pardon me, Brooke. What exactly is your concern?
My concern is that this is rushed and it's not as transparent as it needs to be.
I beg to differ on that.
I'm going to respectfully disagree with that. I definitely agree that you know, COVID makes it difficult to do things in person, but that's why we're recording things and so forth.
I've listened, I'm going to interrupt, Ann. I've listened to them all. I have looked at all of the agendas. The agendas are misleading.
Okay,
I've
Brooke,
talked to my
Brooke,
neighbor.
please.
All right.
Yeah.
I understand this. I'm just making sure that I'm asking the village to pause and make sure that in light of COVID, in light of the fact, and I understand that you started this, or I believe it started in February-ish, right at the beginning of COVID.
Yeah, we definitely had in-person meetings that addressed that. And I'm just going to point out, because some of the criteria have to do with declining assessed values in 3 of the past 5 years, or increases that have lagged those of the village in general. And so there is a time frame where we have to kind of restart that clock because of those 3 out of 5 years criteria. So there is a time element.
And I'm going to interrupt again. I understand you started in 2014 with a $3.3 million valuation of part of the properties in that map. By the way, let me also point out that you have included Dorothy Lane in there, which was specifically excluded by the board during the Karen's Corner and the Swanson pieces. So that piece of property should not be there. And by the way, Ela also agrees that piece of property shouldn't be there. I have information coming to me from Lake County about that. It's not here because of COVID. So all I'm asking for is a pause.
So Brooke, we're not going to decide that. We're not going to decide that tonight. I think
I understand.
you've brought your objections forward. We do have a public hearing coming up. I don't know if anything will change before then and now, but it could. So we appreciate you bringing this forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
If we could move along here. And I think that I believe we've covered everything that's listed in the public agenda. It did have the Buffalo Creek mitigation landscaping on there, the building department report, the South TIF JRB meeting, the North Kruger Road info meeting, and the public hearing that's coming up as well. So we've talked about all that. Can we move back to the bridge now?
Yay, there's the bridge. Okay, as we talked about at our last meeting, Chuck and I had met with Angie and Aaron and John Kopecki and a variety of people, and they gave us a list of things that they thought were useful. Then after that, Jeff and Chuck and I met out at the bridge and looked at signage, looked at how people drive through it. I'm stunned at how fast they drive through that bridge. It's pretty surprising. The first thing on their list is to designate this a local traffic only road. They know that that's almost unenforceable, but we don't care. I don't care. But what it can accomplish is to get Google and GPS systems to take it off their routing. It doesn't make any sense to me that somebody who doesn't live here should drive through that bridge unless they have a purpose to see the bridge. But for it to be part of a traffic pattern doesn't make sense. What I haven't found out is A, can we designate it, because it's our road, can we designate it local traffic only? And I don't have an answer for that.
You know, Denise Rosenquist is here too. There was a couple extra emails that went through. Maybe she can make a comment on that?
Well, I needed it from a legal perspective.
Oh, okay, got it.
Can we do it? Not should we do it, can we do it? And I know that I did learn that Denise had been working with Lake County and all of that, but this particular item, and I'm kind of going to defer to Aaron. Is Aaron on?
Yes, he is. We can see him now.
Perfect.
And Angie's
Because
there
he
too.
knows more about it than I do. And the reason that he suggests that it be constructed this way is that it would be very helpful to get it moved quickly. So Aaron, if you've got anything to add to this.
Well, the idea is that we wouldn't want the GPS systems to route through traffic down that road.
Exactly.
So if you're coming into the downtown shops, then that's fine. GPS, we can route you that way, but we'd like it to not route through traffic. So one way of accomplishing that is to designate a local access road. Then in the GPS systems like Waze and Google Maps, like in Google Maps, that results in classifying as a terminal road, or Waze, it ends up being a private road designation, so that it will only bring traffic on that road if your origin or destination falls within the local use portion. Otherwise, it'll route you around. So for example, if you were to GPS from Menards to the Village Tavern, it won't take you over the bridge, it'd take you over to 83 and in.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Okay, so is Bob still here?
Yes, I am.
Do you offhand know the answer to, can we designate this road as local use only?
I don't know the answer to that offhand. I'd have to look into it.
Okay, that was an unfair question.
No problem.
Okay, okay. So that seems like a major correction to what's occurring. So we need the answer to that. Then I need to go to Jeff, because Jeff got some design plans.
Hey, before you do that, can I just make you one comment though? Because we got an email tonight and said that that basically we were able to, Denise was able to get the road. Let's see, we received follow-up email from our contact here.
I sent that to Aaron, and it's not enough.
It's not enough. Okay, that doesn't help us. But basically, what it's saying that the road can be designated for non-trucks, right? And we did that. And we did that in the GIS mapping, I believe, through Lake County. So that might help some.
I think what Aaron said was that, well, Aaron, you tell him what you said.
Well, I don't believe we're having a problem with professional truck drivers. They probably use trucking GPS.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Got it.
You know, but where we're having the issues is with guys that are guys, gals, whoever that are using their phones, GPS or Google Maps or Waze, and those applications don't use this data.
Makes sense. Yeah, sorry, Bobby.
Okay, no, good point. I meant to mention that. So then we go to Jeff and his design and Chuck's, well, my shaving, Chuck's metal work, and Jeff put it together. So Jeff, where are you, and why we, Chuck and I, like one plan better than, what did they call that? The metal.
Yeah, they were gonna like change the wooden vertical slats to metal, and it was gonna be kind of hinged. So if someone hit it, it would just swing.
Yeah.
I wasn't excited about that.
No, that wasn't it.
Guessing the Historical Society wouldn't be really excited about it as well.
And the state of Illinois probably too.
Yeah.
So
this is it right here. Can you see my screen?
Did Jeff leave?
You put that up?
No, I'm here, Bobby. I met with Chuck and Bobby over at the bridge, and you know, we discussed different ideas, and you know, I've reached out to anybody and everybody that's been involved, Carmichael and ESI specifically, and I'm going to go out on a limb and say I'm not alone, that I've got a lot of unsolicited feedback on how to fix this bridge. But here's two ideas that both of them came forward. Chuck, I believe you referenced ESI's idea. That's not this one, but they were basically said, hey, since the facade boards of the bridge are getting hit, damaged, and broken, why don't you change those to metal and also only hinged at the top so they can sway if somebody hits them. I even mentioned to Bobby and Chuck that I don't think that's quite what we're looking for, but nonetheless, it was an idea. The sketch that's in front of you is from Carmichael Construction, and basically what they are proposing is there is a trim piece, 3/4 inch steel, or 3/4 inch trim piece around the opening of the bridge that's wood right now, damaged and removed. It's not there currently, but it was there for a few hours. And they're proposing that be fashioned and made out of steel. I have reached out to Carmichael and said, okay, that's great, cost, because I'm envisioning, special order fabrication, things like that. And then the next thing is what's that actually going to look like if it's installed? Black steel, probably not what we want. Painted steel, maybe a consideration. The other concept that Bobby and Chuck and I talked about was kind of squaring off the opening, if you will, a little less curvature to it. And on the underside of the opening, putting a steel plate, probably about 1/8 of an inch, 3/8 of an inch thick, and that would be attached to the steel frame, and it would actually protrude out from the cover of the bridge, maybe 1/4 of an inch or so. It would be structurally attached, like I said, and that steel plate then could act as a leading edge for anybody that so choose to run their vehicle into it. So I've also asked Carmichael Construction, thoughts on that idea, fabrication, and costs as well. Unfortunately, I didn't receive anything back from them yesterday or today on the costs. So I would hazard to not speculate on those, but as soon as I get information from Carmichael, I will certainly share that with the village and the board.
The other thing that Chuck and Jeff and I did was we walked around to all of the signage, and I think we all found it lacking. It needs to change, but the specifics we're not ready on yet. Although one particular signpost that's being hidden by the mailboxes is going to be made taller.
So yeah, that certainly needs to be done.
And then Jeff came up with a very inexpensive, but I think could be helpful, and that's is to have a better truck signage on the east side of the bridge, and soon enough that they can turn into that road to Stemple, and putting a big arrow on the pavement. There is pavement, isn't there? And get a big arrow just to help them. Anything that we could think of that would be helpful. And one of the things I think we thought was that signage needs to be changed periodically. That you get, if you go through it all the time, you get bored with it and you don't see it. So if we could change it. We also talked about speed bumps of some configuration to give a warning to people that they need to pay attention, but not destroying the road. So that's kind of where, and then I would separate out from this subject the problem with the metal plates. That's, I don't think that's within our purview, that's a Jeff problem to solve.
Yeah, the metal
Meaning the
runners
tracks,
banging.
the tracks where people walk?
No.
I mean, the tracks where they drive, I'm sorry.
Where they drive, right.
The tracks that people avoid, it seems like. When we were standing out there, I lost track of the number of people who didn't drive on the metal tracks.
No, I'm talking about when they do drive correctly.
Yeah, it bangs.
There's a smash sound. Jeff, if you know more about it by now.
So the village's structural engineer was out to the bridge a couple weeks ago to look at that and observe that. And I don't know if their report was circulated in the board packet or not, but end result is there's a few members, bolts on the underside of the bridge that may have loosened in the couple weeks that the bridge has been opened. So those need to be retightened. Could be, like a seating or something like that and kind of settling into its new home. But those were, cosmetic things that they had. I would emphasize that when the structural engineer was out there, they did not note anything that was a structural concern. So that's good. However, the clacking noise and things like that, it's a little unnerving and unsettling either when you're driving and hearing it or standing on the side of the road and hearing it.
And it bothers Ben.
Correct.
It would bother me too if I lived right there.
Well, yeah.
It's loud.
Well,
You know what's strange though is there's been no sound for a long time, right? And now the bridge is back, and now you're probably hearing it. So I wonder if some of that's going on. But you're correct; it's got to be really loud by his house. Really loud.
It is loud. It
Yeah.
is, and it isn't every vehicle. It sometimes misses.
But if you drive slow, it doesn't happen, Bob, because I did it. I was on the phone with Ben talking about it. I drove slow. I heard no noise, and he goes, "No, you got to drive faster." So I did.
Exceed the speed limit.
And I scared some people in the downtown, and that wasn't really good either since I'm the mayor, but that was probably not a smart move. But I got the noise. I heard the noise.
There you go. There you go. Well, I wanted to ask Jeff one thing was, you sent the pictures underneath the bridge, and there was a board in there that's really seriously cracked. Is that an issue?
So Civil Tech didn't note that an issue from a structural standpoint. If that needs to be repaired, replaced, more apropos as part of the work that Alliance is going to do. Let me back up a step. The bolt tightening and things like that, we're working with Alliance to address that as kind of a punch list item for the abutment project. So if Alliance, they go down there and, further see that, hey, this thing, let's just replace it is the better option, we're going to have them go ahead and do that.
Okay. It was a noticeable thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I want to thank Aaron and Angie. You guys did a great job getting that team together. And I misplaced the paperwork, but they had like a 3-step or 3-stage of suggestions, starting with the least costly, all the way down to, I think, in stage 3, we were looking at the video cameras and stuff. But it was hugely helpful. It really was. I want to thank you guys.
We're just trying to keep us from being a YouTube channel, Chuck.
Well, I mean, I was shocked to find out it got hit yet again.
Well, what are we up to, 9 or 10?
I don't know, but I think a good money-making proposition for the villages, we can have a lottery and an over-under on the number of times it gets hit between now and Thanksgiving.
Well,
$10 gets you in. We'd probably make a
that's
bit
dark.
of change.
That's
All right,
dark,
we're
but
not
it's
going to
true.
we're not going to consider that. So that's something we're
So,
going to do. So.
I was teasing.
The whole
hit
thing would be
awful.
like, how do we prevent people. So, you know, signage makes tons of sense, trying to keep it novel, but keep it easy. And because I think sometimes if it gets so cluttered, you just tune it out. You know, there's stuff, the guy who won the economic prize in behavioral economics, too many choices shuts people down. So, you know, a couple of clear things, whatever the right answer is there. And I'll say it in jest, and I know Aaron and Angie would be horrified too, but there is some level of dark steel. If it starts looking like a hockey goalie's helmet and scares people away, I'm all for it at this point. It's just getting tedious. How many times it's getting hit.
Yeah, we talked about decluttering the signage, and there's some signs we think just putting them in different locations will be helpful. Bobby came up with a great idea, and I don't know if he really pursues it that far. We have a sign that says the fine is $750. That's per incident or violation. And Vic has mentioned before that you could pile on violations and get that up to a much larger figure. I would like to see a sign, and this is Bobby's idea, and I think it's a great one. Let's have that fine number reflect the maximum, even if that's not the amount that most people are going to end up seeing or getting hit with. Because I got to tell you, it would get my attention if that sign said maximum fine $3,500 versus $750. I just don't know if we could get away with it.
Or a thermometer that says, here's the highest fine that we've levied, you know, go ahead, make our day. Then it's at least factual.
Yeah. Well, it'd be factual if we said maximum fine can be X as well.
Well, and if you couple that with fake cameras, while you've got real cameras not showing, that could be a deterrent. But our signage is lacking.
Yeah, I think we can just declutter it and make it a little bit more, you know, stand out a little bit better.
I honestly believe the best thing we could do is just have people not rooted through it. I just think people will follow their stupid phones, even if it tells them, you know, that there's no bridge, they'll drive over it. So, I mean, I know I've mentioned this 100 times, but fighting Google's a nightmare. We ended up having to hire an attorney to battle them, but I'm also looking at, you know, the cost of the cameras and steel, and maybe just getting people not to be, you know, sent through there would be a really good investment, even if we have to do some attorney action.
You know, something else that we learned in our chat that morning was that prior to the new bridge, there were far more accidents than we knew, because John Kopecki was fixing them. You know, he'd just go down in his basement and fix the board that was hit. And so I don't think the village probably even knew how often it was being hit.
Yeah. But that archway was flatter.
It was.
So flattening that out a little bit, I think, might help. But yeah, John was hanging the boards with finish nails so they'd just pop off. And then he'd just get on the ladder and put them back up.
Yeah, yeah. So that's kind of the whole package, is prevention and protection of the bridge, and then having the video going all the time, kind of where it is.
Yeah. I think we want to do it incrementally to see what will work. Obviously, jumping right into putting in the cameras and everything might be, I think that's premature at this stage. But if we could get Google to reroute people away from it, that'd be huge. That's probably the most important aspect of it. But
What
Can't
we
fight
guess?
stupid.
Hey, Chuck and Bobby, thank you. Sorry to interrupt. What happened to the concept that Amy brought up a long time ago about decorative archways preventing, basically at that same height, leading into the bridge and especially from the west for preventing any trucks from even going down that road and getting up to the bridge to take that turn?
They
Something
can be
decorative
very
but disposable,
expensive. Yeah.
as opposed to what we're doing
Well, I
here.
mean,
I guess I don't know.
stitch welding a piece of steel onto structural steel that's already there, I think is going to be a minor cost by comparison. And if we take those boards up so that they're not the first piece of the bridge that can get hit, if people are going to just keep hitting it because it seems to be a sport, let's have some fun.
Yeah, okay, I'm not sure I agree with that. But what if something big enough hits that thing and does some serious damage to the superstructure, which obviously we think won't happen, but
yeah.
right? I mean, how do we prevent that truck from being in that spot? Not necessarily trying to prevent the behavior, because you're never going to fix the behavior. You're never going to do it. Somebody's going to hit the gas.
That's why we're trying to prevent the bridge from getting damaged.
It's never going to be perfect.
Right.
Perfection isn't going to be there. And I think you have to keep in mind that this is an attraction. If you put up steel structures around it to protect it.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying up the street by a block. Welcome to Long Grove, a little archway over the street that's at the right height, and it's decorative but quote unquote disposable. Should we have to go up and drop another one on top of it?
I think one of the problems
Can it be disposable?
garbage trucks and UPS trucks that have to access, to
church and the residences.
Yeah, I just don't. I mean, I think we talked about it, but those big trucks do have to get down there, and then you're putting it right next to the bridge. And at what point, it's so close.
Rita,
okay, fair enough. That's fair.
Rita, as I recall, you looked into some of those decorative, archways.
Right.
They could be solar
panels. Do you recall the cost? That's a good idea. Do you recall the cost on some of that? Because I believe you did some investigation on years
Well,
ago.
and Dave did as well. Dave sent us maybe a year ago or less pictures of decorative arches that could go across. I don't believe we ever priced them because of where the bridge was at that point in time, insofar as being resurrected and torn apart and so on and so forth.
I believe Jeff contacted another community that has those arches and came up with a ballpark. And Jeff, I'm probably going to misquote it, but I thought it was over $100,000 each.
Whoa.
Yeah, I remember seeing a number over 100,000.
Yeah, that
would not be disposable.
Yeah.
No.
Jeff, you're muted if you're trying to talk.
I do believe somebody would hit them.
Thanks, Bill.
Well,
Yeah, the number that Dave quoted is the River Street sign in Batavia. That was the one that ESI also noted when we were discussing the cover. That one's fairly ornate and fairly decorative, and they spent over $120,000 on that. I don't think that's the flavor of the discussion that we had with the height restriction bar, but I would say that you're going to be looking, probably 50,000 probably per side for something that's got some structural integrity to it.
Yeah, but then as Jenny pointed out, we might block vehicles that just need to get down the street that have no intention of trying to cross a bridge.
Plus, they're ugly.
Yeah. Well, they don't have to be ugly, but where do you put them?
Yeah, so
making it a one-way road, and then you only have to protect one side.
We were going to do that. We could have had the federal bridge. Federal money.
well, I think you're going to have the downtown business owners are going to have an issue.
Yeah, I recall the business
Like the
community not liking it.
way to the bridge on the east side, but on the west side, make it only one way. Going from Robert Parker or from 53 to downtown.
Yeah, the people that were on our committee that were, part of the downtown, the businesses were very negative on that, the one-way road.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Hey, so it's after 10 o'clock. It's 10:05. Bobby, are we at a conclusion point or what?
I think we need to do something to start with.
So what do you-
And so I think we could start two things. And one is the GPS issue. If Aaron and Angie can help us get that, well, first we need the legal opinion on can we do it and how to make it local traffic only. That's important. And then if Angie and Aaron can help us on the Google issue, that would be stage one. And then I think we need to get some pricing from Jeff on, softening up the arch and doing the metal whatevers they're called, and start from there.
What about the signage, Bobby?
Yeah, I think we can game plan the signage.
Without
yeah.
saying, Chuck and Jeff and I need to go back to the site and work together because I think we had some good ideas. We just didn't put them on paper at the time.
And I'm not even sure the signage has to come before the board. I think it's just coming up with those recommendations because those are relatively low cost.
So I can make my own sign.
Yeah.
Well, I don't
and
know
actually,
about that, but
we were talking about just relocating a couple of existing signs, which would be almost next to nothing from a cost standpoint.
Yeah, but it could make a big change.
It could.
I don't think anyone's going to object if you move some stuff around or do something quickly because, I mean, this picture that I'm going to show right now, it's obnoxious. I mean, this is what we're up against, right? Stuff like this.
That was awful.
So we got to move quick. I mean, so.
Okay,
when did this take place?
Look at this sign that's there.
Yeah.
That's an awful, awful, useless sign.
Yep.
What, that little beyond this point? Yeah.
Oh, but yes, but an outlet to Old McHenry. I mean,
Yeah.
that's the only one that's there. So
That would be a good sign in Stemple to tell them which lane to turn down.
Well, remember we talked about putting one down the way.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll start working on the signs.
Yep.
When did this happen, Bill? This red truck?
Last week, maybe, I think.
Oh, is this the guy that backed up and then decided to go down Stemple?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I saw it from the other direction and started.
There was a video. Yeah, there was a video somebody took, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
This is Aaron. One thing I want to point out that I don't know has come up regarding the video discussion. Like, where did this picture come from? This came from Jesse, right?
Yes.
So these pictures are actually pretty valuable in helping to understand what's happening, separate and aside from apprehending and prosecuting these people. So that's another reason why the video stuff is kind of important, is just to understand and how is this happening?
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I think distracted driving has a lot to do with it. You know, they're on cell phones. They're listening to the radio. They just are zoning out and shaving, putting on makeup. You know, you name it. We've had it with what runs into the bridge. I think there's a lot of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, but this is why a leading edge of steel. I mean, this, as I recall, this guy kind of just kissed it. He didn't hit it hard. But it would have been better if he hit a leading edge of steel and not the wood.
But he's still over the weight limit. I mean, you've got.
He is. There's no excuse for the behavior, but.
And he's not even in the center of the bridge on the tracks. So I mean, it's like, how do you explain that? You know, you can't. I would be interested in learning if it became a local traffic only road, if that would impact our ability to obtain grants and or federal monies for the bridge.
That's exactly the reason I want a legal
Yeah.
on it, is that, you know, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater kind of thing, you know,
Yeah,
know
but
what you're getting into.
It could
aren't
hurt.
we past needing federal money and grant money?
But
I
you
mean,
don't
we've
know,
rebuilt the thing.
maybe in 5 or 10 years. I'm concerned about, or just would be interested in knowing if there is any negative repercussion of making it local traffic only, insofar as any kind of funding might be.
I think it's a great idea, but, you know, I mean, God, didn't we just rebuild this thing so it should last 50 years? Assuming
there could
people
be
aren't driving
broader
over the weight?
implications.
That's not my point. My point is it gonna to bite us from another aspect?
Somewhere down the
We need to
line.
know that. We
If
need
so,
to
we
know
need to
that.
know that. Yeah, we
Fair
should
enough.
know it up
So,
front.
so is Bob still here?
Yes,
Yeah.
Bob is here.
Still here.
He's
Yeah.
just invisible.
Okay, you get an answer for us?
Sure, I'll look into how to designate it local traffic only and whether or not there'll be any impacts on federal or state grants if we do that.
Great, great.
Thank you.
Bonnie and maybe Angie and Aaron, I agree with Chris. I believe that we need to get more than one quote on video. You know, I think, yes, great to support a Long Grove business, but I would like to see another person look at that and give us a price on putting cameras up.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I agree too. I agree too.
Yeah, there's no
Yep,
harm.
likewise.
Um,
I think we could do things well before we get to the getting video cameras, but
Well-
I agree. If we come to that point, we should get multiple bids.
I think we ought to consider compensating him now for what he's doing. But that's another story. I mean, that picture you just saw, that was because of Jessica.
Mm-hmm.
So that's another story. But if Jeff could get us quotes on the changes, that would be beneficial.
So you kind of, I mean, I think there's three things that we concluded with: the GPS, Bob Pickerell's, you know, taking that back with, you know, local traffic only, and doing, you know, implications there, pricing on some of the options that Jeff presented to us. And then, you know, I think that the signage thing needs to be dealt with immediately.
We can start that right away. Yeah,
And, you know, and those are low cost things, and it's just needs to be done. So,
yeah. I agree.
and then you can go from there. So.
To find another supplier to get another quote.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Would it
Dave?
make sense to widen those metal tracks? Or is it not really going to help any? And that's kind of towards you, Jeff, that question.
You're muted again.
You're talking instead of 12 inches wide, you know, both of them 18 inches wide or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let me cogitate and think about that and see what we bring forward.
Okay.
Okay, so we're at a good conclusion point here.
Yes.
I'm going to move us along. The meeting minutes that we have in front of us, Amy, they didn't look like they populated properly. Did everyone else see that?
That's an autosave problem, and then I attached the wrong one, and so you guys now have, I think Dave did distribute them, but we can take care of them next time.
Did everyone look at them? I didn't see that because I looked at this over the weekend. So
Yeah, I didn't see them.
Is this for the September 22nd meeting?
yes.
I did see them, and I did see one error. So maybe if I'm the only one that saw them, you could fix it before everyone else did. And that's just item number 4. The EDC budget you had listed as 3,250, and it's actually 4,250.
Okay, I will change that.
Well, I mean, if everyone read them and you're in a position to approve them, I just have this one that has no information in it. So
That's what I have too.
Okay.
Me too. I think we should put it off.
okay, all right. Then I believe that's it from a minute standpoint, right, Amy? That's all we have in front of us, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Then the next,
Dave, did you remember that we've got those June 2nd and June 23rd out there? I have sent those to you a few times, and they're not showing up. Do you have them?
I'll have to go through my files and let you know, Amy. June 22nd and June 23rd.
Right. Now, the red marks that are on this 922, those have to do with the June 22nd. When we approved the minutes in the public meeting, we had said we were approving June 2nd and 23rd. But then when we did exec, we didn't do those. We specifically only did 922. And so it doesn't make sense to me that they would have seen and approved the public one and not the exec because they were on the same email. So we need to iron that out.
Okay, I'll circle back with you, Amy.
Okay, thanks.
thanks, Amy. Thanks, Dave. Okay, so moving to public comment. We now are open for public comment. If you could limit it to 3 minutes, that would be great. Anyone have any public comment? Okay, if not, I would be looking for a motion to go into executive session. We need to make sure we motion that appropriately. Roll call motion. No, that's not it. Where is it? Where's the executive session? Oh, here it is. Roll call motion to go into executive session to discuss executive session meeting minutes, threatened litigation and enforcement matters, investment and personnel matters.
Motion to approve.
Okay, moved by Trustee O'Reilly, seconded by Trustee Nora.
Dude, I'm sorry. I was on mute. I believe we need to go into acquisition and disposition of property also.
Yes, thank you.
Uh-huh.
So it's yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so who made that motion and who seconded it?
O'Reilly, Trustee O'Reilly, and Trustee Nora seconded it.
Okay. And all right, Trustee Borowski.
Yes.
Trustee Kritzmeyer.
We can't hear you, Ann.
You may have stepped away for a minute.
I can circle back. Trustee O'Reilly.
Aye.
Trustee Nora.
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor.
Aye.
Trustee Michaud.
Aye.
And Trustee Kritzmeyer, are you back with us?
We still have a majority to go into executive session.
Okay.
Let's wait a second for it to come back though, so.
Okay.
President Bill, do you want me to sign off?
No, if you could stay through the first part and,
Okay, thank you.
and then we'll ask you when to leave, so.
Thank you.
Yep, or if we need to, so.
Okay.
We see Ann coming back in. She's moving slow.
Just her picture.
I want to make sure I have her for the breakout rooms, so.
Can she hear me? Trustee Kritzmeyer, I need an aye from you to go into exec.
You're muted now, Ann, but you're here.
No, it's just a.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes, we can.
Okay, I had
I
joined
did
by
an
phone
aye.
and all of a sudden I could hear you all, but it looked like I had dropped the Zoom. So sorry. I thought let's go into executive session. Sorry about that.
Excellent.
All
I'll
right.
put you down for that.
Okay, so I'm going to move us all into executive session.
Hi, all.
Bye, Mike.
Take
Bye,
care,
Mike.
Mike. Where are you at, Ann?
Oh, she changed her clothes again.
That's my background. No, these are, I don't know why. I have two pictures on Zoom. I have no idea how Zoom decides which one to use. No, this is my background. This is Old McHenry Road by Country Lane.
No, it's your cap.
Cool.
It's your cap that I like.
Oh, the cap is Botanic Garden. And yes, this is ponytail and haven't really showered all day. It's been that kind of day.
Smelly.
Oh my gosh.
Bill, you're muted.
And Aunt, is congratulations. in
Bill,
order
you're muted. There you go.
Oh, good. Thank God I was muted.
Retirement?
You probably heard what I said too, right?
No.
I'm glad I was muted.
There you go.
Oh dear.
All right, so we need to approve a resolution approving a settlement agreement with the Grove. It's a roll call motion. Who wants to make that?
Boy, who wants to take pride in this?
So moved.
Moved by trustee Nora.
What's the motion? I'm sorry.
Second.
Approving the resolution for Grove.
Oh,
Seconded by trustee O'Reilly. That's a roll call.
All in. Everybody in, Chris.
Trustee Borowski.
Aye.
you need to
Trustee
sit.
Kritzmeyer.
Aye.
Trustee O'Reilly.
Aye.
Trustee Nora.
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor.
Aye.
And Trustee Michaud.
Yes.
Okay, motion carried. Anyone want to make a motion to approve the executive meeting minutes from the Tuesday, September 22nd executive session?
So moved.
Second.
I'm sorry, that was moved by who?
Me, Rita.
Rita.
Trustee O'Connor, seconded by trustee Michaud?
Yep.
Okay.
Everybody say aye.
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 Now do some order here, Amy.
Okay. All right. Trustee Michaud.
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor.
Aye.
Trustee Nora.
Aye.
Trustee O'Reilly.
Aye.
Trustee Kritzmeyer.
Aye.
And Trustee Borowski.
Aye.
Okay, motion carried. Now, last thing before we depart, and that is everyone okay if we have HR Gov? We've got these lists of search firms. If we have them come in and present to us at the next board meeting, or do we need to do a meeting sooner for a search firm?
I'm all for it as soon as possible. There was an
I'm-
article, there's an article in today's Trib, if y'all get that paper, that they're helping. They're helping find the mayor in Evanston. I think it was on, I don't know, page 7 or 8. I can send it to you. But they, it was very interesting what they said about GovHR. That's all. I'll be quiet.
I'd be in favor. I'd like to hear from them because it looks like they are well respected and they have broad reach.
Nationwide.
Okay, so
Well, the question is, do we want to wait till the next meeting or have a special
Oh,
board
God.
meeting, right?
I'm
Yeah, I
all-
mean-
Your question, Bill?
yeah, that was my question, but hold on a second. Let's make sure, because Jenny's been trying to say something.
No, my dad is on the city council in Eau Claire, and they interviewed HR Gov and Baker Tilly, and they ended up going with Baker Tilly. So I know we would probably need multiple bids, and so I was going to throw them out also as a potential.
And they're on the list too. They were highlighted too. Yeah.
I didn't know they had a search firm, certain department.
My dad's been really pleased with them, so just a personal.
Which office, Jenny?
I don't know that, but I can find out.
All right, so then,
Our auditor used to come out of Madison.
Oh,
well, in the paper, it says St. Paul, Minnesota, in the executive recruitment's out of the St. Paul office is what it says.
okay.
So,
Well, that would be close to Eau Claire, so that makes sense.
okay, so Bobby, are you okay with?
Yep.
Okay, Chris?
Yes.
Chuck was a yes too?
Yes.
All right, so then the next question is, do we want to do a special meeting? It would be in public next Monday or Tuesday, or wait till the next board meeting?
Are we just going to do one, or are we going to do multiple firms?
Well, we could try to do two, or we could start with one.
Yeah, I'm sooner better for me.
I'm in favor of doing it as a separate meeting, but I've got conflicts a lot next week. I'm sorry, I'm pretty jammed up, but that's okay. You don't need to hold it around me.
Monday, Tuesday is
No,
bad for me.
I think we should all be in on it.
I do too. We need to be.
I have a really bad week next week.
Oh, let's just do next 2 weeks.
Well, then let's find out. Let me do this then. Let's ask Dave or Bill. We can at least let him try to set it up for us, right? And try to find a date that works for us. Okay?
Yeah.
When's Dave's last day?
It's after the 23rd meeting or whatever that is. He's there that week, and that's it. So it's that last week of October.
Okay.
Well, he originally said the last day was the 23rd, but then he said he would come for our next meeting, the 27th.
Right. Yeah.
And we just transferred signatory. We transferred signatory to effective the 23rd.
Okay. All right. So a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Moved by Trustee O'Connor. What'd you say?
I said second.
Jenny wants
Second
to
by
go
Trustee
bad.
Michaud. Moved by Trustee O'Connor. Seconded by Trustee Michaud. That's a roll call. This is getting to be a drag.
Aye.
All right, Trustee Michaud.
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor.
Aye.
Trustee Nora.
Aye.
Trustee O'Reilly.
Aye.
Trustee Kritzmeyer.
Aye.
Trustee Borowski.
Yes.
Good night, everyone.
All right. Good night. Motion carried.
Thanks,
Good
everybody.
night.
Aye.